I parked where I shouldn't have parked at the Sheetz last night because it was completely full after I got unloaded. And then they woke me up because they were getting a fuel delivery, which I didn't park like in front of where the delivery was. I parked like on the side of the entrance, but it's fine. We had to wake up anyway. We're here getting a washout at this little place called like TNT Services or something. And then we're gonna go get loaded. Hi, where do I go?
Right there.
They're done. Got the receipt. Not they only charged $45. They were fast and efficient. The reviews were so bad, but it is like 6 in the morning still, so probably because they haven't really got their day started or have a lot going on because the reviews said that it took forever, blah blah blah. But all truck stops take all places take forever when they do washouts. Like the Beacon will literally take so long to do washouts sometimes on those little people. But yeah, y'all, I didn't wash my face, I didn't brush my teeth, I didn't do shit today. I'm gonna head back over to the Sheetz because I have a bag of trash that I forgot to throw away, and then we're gonna be on our way. I'm gonna throw away the trash, and then I'll probably go get something to drink really fast, and then go get loaded. It says not to show up before your appointment. My appointment's at 8, so I have a little bit of time. Yeah, this is why I love Sheetz, because look at the parking spaces. They're literally big as shit. You would never hit nobody as a beginner driver parking at Sheetz, I promise you. Yeah, we're walking in right now. Oh, wait a minute. I forget that I'm on this new camera, y'all, and I can just like press a button and it'll switch automatically like that. But we're walking into Sheetz right now to get a drink. Y'all, I still didn't change out that headlight because the Loves that I was at didn't have the bulb, and quite honestly I couldn't figure out how to get the bulb out because it's much different than Freightliners, and that's the only truck that I've ever had to switch a headlight out on. I'm so confused on why it even went out though, because it's like, it's a brand new truck. So I don't know, but I'm thinking about what I want. I kind of want like a cappuccino or something. It's getting a little cold. I'm in Ohio. I don't even think I told y'all. I'm in Ohio taking a load to New York City. Or not New York City, New York. But that is the vibe. That load delivers at 6 in the morning tomorrow. So it's only like 350 miles. Very short.
That ain't bad at
simple
all.
load.
Fat ass wood. What up, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? About to get it cracking.
I'm trying to think about what I want, y'all. I feel like I don't want anything cold. I look crazy as hell. Yeah. I'm low-key mad that I'm going back to... Actually, maybe I should just get a cold drink. Let's just get Red Bull. Play it on the seat. Because there's too many people getting, what's it called? Y'all, I'm literally a mess today. We're gonna grab Red Bull and call it a day. That way I don't have to think. Oh wait, they have juices and stuff, y'all. They have different stuff than like, they have liquid death. Y'all remember when I tried that? This stuff, it's actually nasty as hell. I don't know why y'all hype it up, but... Oh, wait. Drink more lemons. That kind of looks good. I don't know. What should I get? What should I get? I really don't know what I want, y'all. They have hydrating lemon water. That look-y sounds good. Lemon water. Dragon fruit mango. Yeah, this looks fire. Look. 0 sugar. We're gonna try it. Come on. Where are you?
just watching some shit before I get cracking on this game. Fat ass.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go see if he's still complying. He was not. He was picking that gun up, dude.
I was here just in time.
He was picking that freaking gun up again.
Not today, bucko.
And you know what? Lead to talk.
You want some salt with this pepper?
Talk to entry team. Proceed with mission.
Okay, we got his weapons. Okay, so there is some more rooms back this way.
You guys are fucked up.
It looks like. Hey, shut up. See? Use the force. You can't hit them when they're cuffed.
Okay, I owe you 50 points. I'm sorry.
I'm telling the sergeant again.
He's gonna put me down to a wooden gun.
Oh. Oh wait, no.
Was that a civilian?
No, it wasn't a person. It's one of the punching dummies. It's that. I was shooting that.
He's not complying. Get him. Frag
He's
out!
resisting.
Frag out! He's not resisting.
Oh
Dude,
my
he's
God,
red.
I'm
He's
blind.
angry. Look at him. He's angry. That's so funny.
I was like, man, that guy's not moving. He's taking those pepper balls to the face and he's just fine.
Clearing out around here.
Okay, we do have an upstairs as well in this house.
There's a whole. Oh, excuse me. There's a whole back section here.
Oh, we have
Cool.
stairs outside that go up, as well as like a little garden shack back here.
Just clearing the perimeter. Don't mind me. Oh, wait. I found another door.
I just heard somebody. Okay, there's nothing in here.
Where'd you go?
I'm out back. I'm going up the stairs that lead to the second floor out back.
Did we clear this whole bottom floor?
I think so. Okay, do you want to go up those
What
stairs?
is that sound? Did you just hear that?
No.
What the f was that sound?
What'd it sound like?
It was like a foghorn or some bullshit.
Foghorn Leghorn?
It was like wee, wee. That was so weird. What the f
I don't know. You go up those stairs. I'm gonna make
I don't
entry
want
on
to
this
go up
door.
there now. They got like instruments and shit. I'm flashing
He
this
said they
whole
got
upper
instruments
deck
and
here.
shit. Hell no.
Okay, I'm peeking. I see somebody.
2K rushing season. About to go ahead and get 69 yards.
Get on the ground,
I want to
Grandma!
get 69 yards and 2 touchdowns. This game
Okay, got one given up.
fucking lost to
I got one in this
fucking
room.
Purdue
Hang on.
on some bullshit. Our one loss.
I got
every
Grandma.
year. Beat number
I hit
one
her with
ranked
the pepper
Ohio
ball.
State.
Sorry, Grandma.
That got us into the top 25, and now
Okay, that was
we're
all
top 10
civilians.
at number 6.
Trailers
We
route.
gotta
Is this
be
you?
second in the conference.
I got one right here.
Because we beat Ohio State.
Are those rooms?
I'm clearing this. No, this is nothing is clear up here. I just came up the stairs.
Hopefully
Okay.
we keep
I'm
winning
just gonna
out
hold this guy
and
here.
Ohio State fucking.
I'm clearing the room.
I mean, we beat them, so we got the.
I hear someone in the room to the left of me, so I don't want to. I don't want to move
Penn State
past.
could bust some moves. I wonder if they play
This leads
Ohio
out to the
State. Let me see.
balcony.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm going through this room.
Okay.
Oh shit! They play Ohio State this week.
I'm just covering this guy. If he moves, I'm pepperballing him in the face. I see your light.
Yeah, I think I cleared all 3 of these rooms. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
This side's all clear.
So I hear a guy on the door directly to the left of me. That one.
Okay.
And that guy's right there, so he's not secure.
Okay, I'll clear this one then.
Okay, I'm with you.
What's locked?
Okay, let me just secure him before we proceed,
Keep quiet.
so he doesn't pick this
Yeah,
gun
I'm
up, because I
covering
know
you.
what they do. He's gonna try to pick it up and shoot us in the
There's an
back.
attic up there too.
Talk to element.
Okay, just I gotta lockpick this. Hang on. One room at a time, baby.
I don't like.
Checking Megs. Okay, I'm peeking this door.
Okay,
I'm going in.
the door to the right of that's clear. I'm with you.
Clear. What's he doing? Oh, he was buying a car on car dealer for
Oh, hey, a
$1,000
bag of
bucks?
money. I mean,
He was buying look at this. Look at this car he was buying. 1998 hatchback.
oh look, a Trinity 1.6.
Oh yeah.
By the way, I did not find 2 bags of money right here, Ryan.
Oh, okay.
I did not find 2 bags of money.
Click. We're shutting your body cam off. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Already just corrupt cops.
Don't
Okay,
corrupt
I
cop
say,
RP.
I say,
this.
okay, you cover
This is
me
clear.
here.
This is clear.
This room's clear?
Yep. I went through that bathroom. It leads into that room. It's just a bedroom. Nothing in it. So we're good.
Oh, look at this. A little get well soon. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Oh, this was this Grandma's room?
Might have been Grandma's room. Oh, dude, I don't like the attic.
With you?
Okay, I'm gonna go right. It opens up more to the left as well. I'm going right, okay?
Okay. I hear somebody. Break out.
Got one. One's giving up.
There's still another one. He's been flashed.
Put your hands where I can see them. Hands up.
This is the guy shooting at me.
Okay, I got one secure over here. Securing one right now.
I'm scaring this guy.
Okay.
All finished. Look away and don't lead to talk. Secure.
Securing weapons.
Proceed with mission.
Yay!
Nice, dude. Nice. Although we have not. Oh, wait, there's the weapon manufacturing. Wait, it's 3D printers. This guy wasn't weapons manufacturing. He was just putting stuff on Etsy.
He's probably selling ways to convert it to automatic bugs through the 3D printing.
What kind of technology is this? You can't do that.
Very much can.
Oh,
I got
dude.
an A even after.
Dude, that would have been an S.
You can get S in this?
Oh, yeah, you can get S in this.
Oh, damn it! Sorry.
You know what?
I
A
didn't-
plus
I
though.
didn't know.
That was great.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
take
almost
it.
a perfect run.
Dude, the pepper ball is OP.
Well, that seemed like a pretty easy map.
Okay, well, let's try it again. Same loadout. We'll just.
You want to try it again, or you want to go to the next one?
Well, no. We're gonna go to the next one, but we're gonna keep the same loadout.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
This
wait
one's-
a minute.
okay. What's the next one?
The sorting factory. The postal service.
Okay. What's wrong with that?
It's huge.
Okay.
You want to try this with pepper balls?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
What's the worst that could happen?
We'll see in about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? It's that big. You think this will take 10 minutes? I think
This is going to take us
the whole episode.
45 minutes. This is going to be the only other mission we're doing this episode. This is going to take a minute.
I love a big shootout follow with the LSPD, and we're going in with less lethal.
Listen, guys, we don't want to make this such a big deal.
Yeah, like you guys are. I know they shot and killed a couple of you guys, but we're just trying to You know, we're trying to do about
There's
a buck
already
here.
cops dead, and like we don't want to, you know, we don't want to add to the
We're
total
gonna die.
chaos.
Oh my god. This looks awesome.
Dude, this place is massive.
Looks like there's multiple buildings we'll have to clear, including, is that the whole sorting facility we gotta clear? Oh
Yep.
god.
Put your hands up now! Put your hands up!
Hit her with pepper.
No way. Put your hands where I can see them.
My hands are up. Don't shoot.
Why would you resist?
Why would you back away?
Look at, there's
I don't-
blood all over here,
I
and
don't-
you're gonna resist?
Also, we come in obviously looking like police, saying police, hands up, and then you're gonna start walking away.
No, this is, well, while we're here, I need to get some stationery and some stamps and some packages. Oh, they're shooting at you already.
Yep, yep. Two of them. Two of them in that door. One right,
I'm pushing.
he's complying. Another one behind him. Moving back with you.
Oh yeah, we f***ed them up. Both complying?
Okay, I'm coming with you.
I'm getting this one. He's coughing up a lung.
Good. Securing the weapon. Securing this guy.
Trailers notified.
Listen, dude, the pepper balls are awesome. Oh, I really want to shoot him again.
This guy's. I can't. I'm still ordering him.
LSPD, don't move.
I can't. Oh, here we go.
There you
Now
go.
I can restrain him.
He just, I think it's because I just hit him with the pepper.
He didn't even know what was happening. He couldn't comply. You get this guy's gun?
Oh yeah.
Yep. Okay. Oh, there's another one back here. Another gun on the floor.
Oh, I thought there's another guy. I was like, how did we miss that?
All right, let me check objectives as well, because I remember this one
There's
has a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4 rooms here.
Okay, bring order to chaos, rescue all civilians, arrest FISA agent Adams, arrest Maria Lopez, find Eugene Gomez, and locate the FISA office.
Dude, do you hear this music right now?
Yeah, it's getting really intense for
I
some
don't like
reason.
it. I'm turning it off. Why is it so intense? You can't turn the music off. Thank God. Don't leave my heart rate go up faster.
Okay, I think-
what do you want to do here?
This
That's exit.
goes back to the front, I believe.
Are you sure? Well, here, peek it.
Well, you can, it's locked. But I'm pretty
It's
sure
locked.
out front there was a second door, and I'm pretty sure that's where that goes.
Okay.
This goes probably back to the sorting. I don't know where these two go. Let's do this
These
one
look
on the
like
left.
these look like bathrooms.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this one. Yeah, with you.
Okay, opening. It is a
Yeah,
bathroom.
bathroom.
Okay, I'm gonna get the next one.
Anybody not flushing here? I'm looking.
Okay, it's good. Clear.
I say we just double check, make sure this is where it goes.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm almost positive. Because there was another door to the right when we first came in. Yep. Yep.
Okay, just making sure. Now we continue.
Okay, ready?
Yep. Or not. Going right.
Going left. Are you good?
He's not
Moving up.
complying. He just disappeared?
Did he vanish or did he run off?
No, he vanished.
Okay.
What the f?
I've never seen that before.
I can't, dude. Pepper balls are not effective against Voldemort, dude. I can't. He literally just disappeared.
Hands up and get LSPD, don't move. Police, don't move. I thought we were here for the packages. Hands up, don't move. Get down and don't move.
Where are you? Are you still?
I'm
up
outside.
here?
Outside. Civilian killed.
Drop it and put your hands. Police, don't move.
I got shot pretty damn good.
Now, drop your weapon.
They killed the civilian. I didn't kill the civilian. Oh, this place is fucking
This
massive.
guy's not giving up, dude. Okay, he's
Throwing a
giving up. Oh god, it sounds horrible. Okay, I'm out. I'm securing a guy. I'm outside. I'll come back and help you in a second.
Talk. Suspect ready.
Talk here. Notifying trailers.
Oh my god, I forgot there was an... Ow! 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 I'm getting shot. I'm getting shot. I don't know where from. I see him, I think.
Get down and put your hands up.
Man, not having bullets really
He
changes it.
disappeared as well. I think we gotta restart, man. Something's f***ed up. Dude, I don't know where you are.
I'm outside. Ah! Ah!
I'm coming to you.
Throwing gas.
Where are you at?
I'm out here to the left.
Oh, I see you. I see you.
LSPD, don't move.
Got one.
Put it down. Drop your weapon. Now get down.
He's giving up.
I'm all red.
You have the right to remain silent.
Getting this guy.
Everybody that I've shot has disappeared. I think this is broken because I haven't been able to secure anybody because they
Yeah,
aren't there
that's-
anymore.
Yeah, maybe we should then.
I think we should just restart.
Okay.
Remember your use of force.
Okay,
How
restarting.
dare you?
Do we need guns for this?
I think pepper ball is working out okay.
You think
for
pepper
me.
ball's working out okay?
Well, I didn't know I put in the vanishing pepper spray in them because they just disappeared.
Dude, this one is really difficult.
Oh yeah, I was clearing the factory, and I went, "Oh, this is big. Oh, we're just start. Okay, no load of change. Let's go."
Yep.
This is talk. Negotiations have failed and suspects have dug in. Entry team, go when ready.
No one in the lobby this time. Okay. Do you want to go that door? I'll go this door.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Peeking. I'm gonna throw a flashbang.
Okay, I'm throwing a gas.
Ready?
Yep.
I flashed myself. I'm gonna try that again.
Put your hands up.
Oh, that submitted him.
Get down and don't move. Police.
I got one.
Hands up.
Okay, securing.
Why can't I secure him yet?
I think because they're still coughing from the gas, they take a minute before you can actually.
Don't worry, we're gonna get you out of here.
Okay, now he didn't disappear, so that's a good sign.
Okay.
Leave to talk.
If
He
they.
called me a puta.
Talk here.
Oh. I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what that means.
You probably want to bleep it. I don't think it's good.
No, I'm sure it's fine.
You're safe
Are you
now.
here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, I see you.
Yeah, let me know
Hey,
if somebody
I got-
disappears. We will go back and reload the
Yeah.
whole thing.
Civilian secure.
Lead.
Hopefully
Yeah,
that's
I'm
not a
clearing this
problem.
bathroom. Hang on.
Okay, you're good.
The fuck you think you're gonna do to me, huh?
Okay.
There.
Okay. I think we're good. Move up. Ready? Go.
Yep. Going right.
Going left.
Okay. So that left goes outside. This goes to like the whole main facility. What do you? We should stick together. I'm going left with you.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot.
Put your hands up and get police. Get down. LSPD.
I forgot that there was a whole outside bit here.
Yeah, let's clear the outside first. I'm closing this door
Okay.
because we all know once the doors are closed, they can't go through them.
Right. That's how it works.
Civilian is cuffed and good to go.
Okay, so
Civvy
there's
is
good.
ready.
There's baddies in that big facility. Do you want to go? Let's go outside.
Hands up. We'll tell you again.
I pooped.
I got shot
I
multiple
pooped.
times. Jump scare.
I was not expecting that, dude. I'm just gonna secure his weapon while he's still crying about the. Yep. Just go ahead and. Yep. Stop crying, dude. Just give me your damn hands and drop your freaking pistol. Give me your hands.
Look away and don't.
I got him. Gearing.
Covered. Okay.
Ready for the ride.
Yeah, it opens up. We go out and it opens up to the
Ready
left.
for pickup.
This is
Okay,
talk.
let's go out.
We're
Okay,
ready
I'm with
for
you.
'em.
So it opens up left and right out here, I believe. And there was a guy out here with an AK last time. He was to the right though.
Left looks clear.
Okay, looking right. Don't see anybody yet. You see him? I got gas.
Yeah.
Throwing gas. Gas in there?
Flashing.
There he is.
Oh, oh, oh.
Don't take police! Don't move! Hands up now!
He's giving up. Giving up.
Police, hands up!
Hey, I'm going right, Bugs.
Okay, I'm going left. I'm covering far. Don't see anything. I'm securing.
Part of the process.
Okay. This goes back into the room.
Right.
Into
Yeah.
the facility.
Talk. One cuffed. Compliant.
Dock
Okay, checking my meds. Yep.
Okay, he's good. He's secure.
So I think the outside's secure.
We still have more back here.
What?
Yeah, we have more outside back here still.
You ain't safe. I promise you that.
It
Yeah, I'm coming.
expands all the way to the rear.
I'm coming.
Okay, I'm just covering. Don't see
Yep.
anybody. Ready?
Yeah, I see someone.
Don't move!
Where is he? Left side? Someone right, I think.
His left side. And the pepper balls don't go very far. I'm throwing a flash way out there. Kobe!
I don't see him. I'm gonna try to gas.
I got eyes, but I think I might have hit him. I think I hit him. Yeah, I think I hit him.
Moving up, moving up. Watch that right side.
Yeah, I got him.
You give me.
He's giving up. He's
Okay.
giving up.
Yeah, moving up.
I'm just gonna hit him again. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
I didn't realize. I thought it was only when they were in cuffs.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I wanted to make I just wanted to.
Huh? Not much. What you doing? Yeah, he want everything. Yeah. Not much to snow. Yeah. Mhm. Oh, you must look at the camera or something. Mhm. Yeah. But that was cool shit. The snowblower worked good than the motherfucker. That shit was quick. I said the snowblower worked good than the motherfucker. That was quick. Yeah. It had snowed down when I was snowing, but I just got a notification that it's probably snowing again, I think. Thank you. Each other. He got it. He won a lot of stuff. You said him and Mo was fighting for like 5 hours. Do you know that's what they do?
To buy
See
us
another
some
one.
time.
Another one.
There's two of them. There's two of them.
$373,000 for a job. I want to get my CEO in real life. It's KY Jelly. What? Why are we delivering KY Jelly?
Hold on. KY Jelly is crazy.
Nah, I'm gonna get it. It's a tanker full of liquid. Yo, Gabe, you're not making that.
Cool.
Oh, he made that. Ooh.
What you mean?
So am I.
Ricky! Stupid. Yo, cool. You got the whole left side. Why would you drive on my side?
Move over, Jamal. You lucky I'm a driver. Jamal! Jamal! Yo, we in this drinkity diggity run down town, bro. They got an H&M. Wait, hold on. They got an H&M. Wait, hold on. Pull over. I'm about to get some drip. Hold on.
Delete that, yo, fat.
No, I'm about to delete that. He said, did it? Started stuttering. Hey, he landed.
Guy.
Yeah, I recorded a little bit too late. He tried to interrupt my shit, but now he gonna have to do it again. Do it again.
I don't want to.
All right, never mind. Let me lick you up and down to you. I'm sorry.
Send this maniac scum back to the junkyard.
Ricky was singing that before we started. Of course it was Ricky. And
The voice sucks.
shut up. I have an angelic voice actually, and you're a hater, bitch. Anyway, how y'all doing? We'll get y'all good. Are y'all done, bro? Like one time y'all can tell me I do something well. Tell me I got a good voice. Say it.
No. Oh, you just
Let me lick you up and anyway, how y'all doing? It's me, boy. Cool, get y'all good here.
Taylor, Officer Hendricks. Okay, it's not stolen yet. Okay, but the owner was found deceased. That's where we're at.
This is Taylor Elkins. Just 2 hours ago, Taylor's teacher, 72-year-old William Dubois, was discovered brutally beaten and deceased inside his home.
Hey, are they homicide or so you beat that? Really?
What the?
What's interesting is that days later, Taylor would be found driving her now dead teacher's car.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to him. Like, he ain't nothing to me.
He's been beat to death, and you're driving the car. I don't know that you ain't got something to do with it.
But what seemed like a straightforward case would turn out to be a complicated mess of neighborhood drama, secret affairs, and deadly conflicts.
I was in bed, and I heard a big beat. There's something wrong.
I called the police on the other side. I've said if anybody did anything, it would be them.
Could be a burglary. Could be somebody that he wronged, and they're coming back for vengeance.
You're a rude, cold, heartless murderer. This is not going to go away. This is not going to quit. You're going to keep having your little nightmares that you have, and I hope you do for the rest of your life.
On July 11th, 2019, officers in Fort Smith, Arkansas, received a call from a neighbor requesting a welfare check at the home of 72-year-old William Dubois Jr. The neighbor had grown increasingly worried when he heard an unusual noise coming from William's home a few days earlier and had seen no sign of him since. Officers were quickly dispatched to investigate further.
Hello. Good. Him?
This is Denton Stringer, the neighbor who called 911 to request a welfare check. He would soon prove to be more involved in this case than just being a neighbor.
He's not answering?
He's not answering, but I was laying in my bed the other night. I heard something fall, sound like
Does he have a car?
Yeah, a car, but...
Where's his car?
His car's been gone for 2 or 3 days.
Well, maybe he's gone. Okay.
He even told us.
Okay.
He even told us, ma'am.
Okay. You know what position his bedroom is at?
Back that way, I think.
I'll come back and talk to you in just a second, okay?
The officer believes William might just have left. That is, until she discovers a disturbing odor coming from inside the house.
1-9 station, can we have an operator meet me on 3, please?
Due to the unusual situation, Officer Hendricks calls for a backup officer, who arrived quickly and would be briefed on the discoveries.
I have 1 piece of mail. He said 2 nights ago he heard a really loud boom. There's an odd smell when I open the door. No flies up here. When I rounded the corner, you only get it every now and then. Wait till you round the corner. That's when I really... Yeah, I'm getting it right here. I know that smell.
That odor could have been coming from the trash can, but Officer Hendricks was convinced it was coming from inside the house. The officers needed to get in. However, a strange odor alone was not enough to obtain a search warrant. So, Officer Hendricks decided to ask around the neighborhood, and she would soon discover that Denton Stringer had done some suspicious things since William's disappearance. But before we get to that, situations like these can be especially traumatizing for those working the case, but that's also the case for people watching these videos, just like you at home. If you've ever felt that you need help with mental health, you should know that there are always people you can reach out to. That's why I'd like to thank BetterHelp, the sponsor of today's video. I've partnered with them to help provide you with an easy and simple solution to therapy. Therapy has helped me overcome my anxiety, manage my stress levels, and become confident enough to build a team that helped grow this channel into over 2 million subscribers. Thank you guys so much, by the way. The biggest problem I found with therapy is that you usually have to go through a lot of therapists before finding the one that's right for you. BetterHelp makes this easy. With their 30,000 licensed therapists, BetterHelp will match you with someone who understands your needs the best and gives you a safe space to talk. And if it's not right the first time, you can switch therapists as many times as you want. No hard feelings. So if you're struggling, consider joining BetterHelp. Start fresh any day of the year with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or go to betterhelp.com/DrInsanity and get 10% off your first month of therapy. With that said, let's get back to the officers on the scene. Officer Hendricks didn't waste any time and decided to head to the store directly across from William's house to see if anyone had seen or heard anything.
Yeah, it's hot, so. Okay, so the neighbor over there says that that man sometimes comes over and talks with y'all?
He does, ma'am.
When's the last time you saw him or his car?
That's what she just said. I'm not seen it in probably 2 days, but
that's what he's saying.
I'm not for sure when the last time that I know it's been 2 days that it has not
Okay.
been out there. Yeah, the next people next door, we've had some problems. I mean, not us necessarily, but they fight out there. But Bill's always been really great.
Right.
To watch our place.
Okay. The guy, the neighbor, there's some.
I mean, he come over here to call Bill's number like a 1-800. Because of the women out there fighting and everything, screaming from the kids. So
on his side,
yes,
okay.
yes. So I've said if anybody did anything, it would be them. I mean, that's exactly. I shouldn't even say that, but because it's just odd that they come over here and then he's telling us to call Bill like this. We should check on this one.
He doesn't have a phone.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said his daughter stole his phone.
2700.
Hey, he was a teacher at my junior high. So these people over here are saying that the guy next door is like always has some type of drama going on. Him and whoever are always fighting. Not him and Bill, but him and someone else. I mean, worst case scenario is somebody's, done something bad and took his car.
What the shop owner just revealed is very significant. Firstly, William, who is known around the neighborhood by Bill, hasn't been seen for the past 2 to 3 days, which is highly unusual according to the shop owner. Secondly, William's neighbor, Denton Stringer, is known to have frequent drama at his house involving various women. Recently, Denton had asked the shop owner to call William to check on him, explaining that his daughter had stolen his phone. If true, this daughter might be the same woman Denton argues with often, and if she took his phone, there is a possibility she could also be linked to William's car missing. Finally, the shop owner claims that if something bad happened to William, it would be them, suggesting that Denton and the daughter were likely involved. All of this casts suspicion on both Denton and his daughter. Officers hope that whatever they find inside William's house might reveal just how involved they were in his disappearance. With all of this in her head, Officer Hendricks returns to Williams' house, where officers had managed to contact the landlord for an additional key. Nothing could have prepared them for the horrifying scene they would discover inside.
Really?
There's some here, some behind you.
I wonder what it is.
And there's no TV in the living room. It's missing.
As officers enter the house, they find William's lifeless body in the bathroom. It soon becomes clear that this was no natural passing.
Is that splatter on the door frame?
What?
Is that splatter on the door frame?
Yes, splatter.
Okay.
There's a dot right there.
Oh, wow. Maybe his door was unlocked. There's no phone either.
What the officers had discovered was nothing short of horrific, but the attacker had left a lot of clues, meaning police could piece together a story. For starters, the body had a strong, rotten smell, indicating that William had likely been dead for over 24 hours. Throughout the house, shelves and drawers had been left open, with numerous valuables missing. This initially led investigators to believe it was a robbery. However, this is where they discovered something very curious. The front door had been locked from the outside, and there were no signs of forced entry. Officers realized that a scenario like this couldn't be possible unless William's attacker somehow had a key to his house. In other words, whoever did this to William must have a closer connection to him than a random burglar. This made the shop owner's earlier comments even more interesting to police. They had mentioned that if anything happened to William, it would probably be Denton and his so-called daughter, both of whom were close enough to William to have been given a spare key. So with no better leads, Denton quickly became the main focus of the investigation, and police began to wonder if he was simply a concerned neighbor or if he knew far more about William's death than he was letting on.
I didn't even notice his TV's missing too. TV's missing. No wallet, no phone. No forced entry. I think we need to talk to this guy. He just got here. Oh, I told Jeff. Yeah, I talked with them over there. They said he comes over a lot and talks with them. And they said if anything ever happened to him, it would be because of somebody over in his apartment. You notice there's some red fuzz all over the place. I'm not sure what that is.
He's laying on the blanket that the fuzz I think came from. But there's fuzz in like the kitchen. There's fuzz on this couch right here.
Okay. All the doors in his bedroom are open. Keys, wallet, phone, stuff that normally would be laying out.
Yeah. So he's got a random. What kind of car? I got it. He just told me it was red.
It's a red Ford Focus. We have the tag and everything. And Courtney just sent out a bolo. Did not release any information. Just said just stop this vehicle and notify our department.
To find answers, the cops needed to locate that red Ford Focus, which was now on the radar of the entire Fort Smith Police Department. Whoever had possession of William's vehicle could undoubtedly help solve this case, but the officers had no idea where to start looking until William's son arrived at the scene, providing them with a major breakthrough.
That's his son. That's his son. 10-4. Every unit out here, please.
Black box in the tracker, yeah.
Did you say where it went, where the car's at?
Mom does that with her cars.
He says there is a track, but it's not at his mom's house.
Mom does it with her cars.
But the car's not at the mom's house.
Okay. No.
According to the Sun, William had a GPS tracking device installed in his car, and the car is actually owned by William's wife, Susan, who has access to a mobile app that could track his location. The cops now know this tracking device is their only key to crack the case wide open and catch the killer. So with this in mind, officers would quickly redirect their attention to Susan's home. But unfortunately, they'd also have the difficult task of informing Susan.
Go, Cage. I can't. You gotta sit here and talk to the officers.
Cubby. Yeah, we can use the restroom. Hi, Miss Susan. I'm Officer Hendricks. I'm sorry. meeting you under these circumstances.
I know you. You know me? I've seen you at Northside Games.
I have been there. Now, during, you want to sit down for a minute?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. Okay.
It might be better on your legs.
Yeah.
Just
have a seat.
experiencing
Yeah.
that.
In every death investigation, we do a complete investigation from top to bottom because we don't want to leave any stone unturned. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a retired nurse, so.
Okay. Well, and we're not saying this is a homicide at this point, okay?
No, he had a heart condition
Right.
and strokes.
And he could have fell and hit his head, but there's some blood there that we're concerned about. Does that make sense?
He probably fell.
Okay.
He
And now
was acting so strange Saturday.
Here's our biggest issue. He was acting strange Saturday? Okay. Here's our biggest we have right now is the car is missing.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Yep. Where's your tracker?
Do you have a tracker on that
Yes.
car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Her phone, right here, right here.
No, that's Teresa's.
Okay.
Mine's in the kitchen.
Okay.
Or in the bathroom.
Somebody run get her phone. If you can try to get me a location on that car, that's going to help us.
It's gonna be tremendous.
And it could be the fact that he left it somewhere and got to run home with somebody. It could be a business.
Florida Station, you can get next up records to my location.
Off Kelly Highway.
That's it.
Pretty sure it's stationary.
It's parked at a house. Oh, snap.
And it's through JB Byrider too. The car is at JB.
Who's north?
It's through JB Byrider.
What? Okay.
Thanks to Susan, the cops now know where the missing vehicle is. Without wasting any time, officers quickly leave Susan's house and head towards the location of the car, but they have no idea who has it or what kind of danger they could be facing when they find it. After all, this is the stolen car of a murdered man.
Hello?
How you doing?
Y'all live here?
I don't. I'm going to give my law enforcement.
Okay. You live here?
No, I just come to the yard.
Okay.
Yes, sir. What's wrong?
They're looking out the window. We got people looking out the window, so let's... You got an ID on you?
Yes, ma'am. I have an ID. I mean, no, it's actually in it's in the wallet. So just
Where's your wallet at? Channel 1. Okay, let's go inside. Let's go inside. Let's go get your wallet. No. You can go. You can do whatever you gotta do.
make her go too.
Oh, hang tight. We're gonna be parked there for a second.
She should have to go too.
Go where?
Whoever.
Go inside with us? I mean, she can. Hang tight for me right here. We're gonna all go over here. Let's all go over here.
What's going on?
I don't know. Let's go over here.
I mean, what have we done something wrong?
Yeah, something's going on. Go over there and we'll explain it to you.
It seems there's someone in this house who wants to avoid the cops, and these officers know they could be walking into an ambush, so everybody behind that door is a person of interest.
Okay, so basically, they came out the back. They tried to go out the back. They said they were going outside to smoke. Somebody just shut the front door on me, so.
Portsmouth Police Department.
Hey, come out with your hands up. We know you're in here. Come out. Portsmouth Police Department. Go ahead, hold traffic.
Channel 33.
Come on.
Hey, come out. Come out. It's okay. It's okay. Just come out on the side of the house.
What have we done wrong?
Who else is here?
It's an investigation.
Investigation?
We're gonna explain that. We're gonna explain that. Who else is in here? Come on.
What's going on?
Just walk out to that side of the house for me. Who else is in here? Is anybody else in here? Just walk out here, right here, to the right. Thank you.
What's going on here?
Taylor. Elkin.
That's Taylor Elkin. Who else is in here? Okay. Go ahead and step out. No, go ahead and step out. Portsmouth Police, this is your last time to come out freely. Come out with your hands up. Keep your hands in the air where I can see them. Keep your hands in the air where I can see them. Good. Keep walking. Keep walking. Walk toward me.
Randall Perkins, correct?
Pickens. Okay. Randall, go ahead and step off that porch and to your right on the side of the house, okay? Who else is back here?
How many more?
Be real with me.
I don't know who came out.
Officers would go on to conduct a room-by-room sweep of the house and confirm it was empty before returning outside to face a different challenge. A handful of detained suspects with potential ties to Williams' missing car. Among the small group, officers noted a mix of faces, some nervous, some indifferent, but it wasn't immediately clear who knew what until the question of the red car came up.
All these subjects were inside the house. When asked any of them, who's this red car, they all pointed to Taylor Elkins.
The moment Officer Shelby asked who owned the red Ford parked out front, everyone pointed, without hesitation, at the same person, Taylor Elkins, the first woman who exited the house earlier when police barged inside. Having possession of a man's car who had just turned up dead is naturally going to raise suspicion, and surprisingly, Taylor herself would go on to admit that indeed, the car belongs to her.
Here's the deal. One of the females that we got out of here, when I said, well, who's this car belong to right here? And everyone pointed at one female. And I said, that's your car? She said, yeah, that's my car.
With this revelation, the focus was pinned directly on Taylor, and it was time for her to explain how she ended up in the possession of a dead man's car.
Taylor, Officer Hendricks, obviously. Did he read you your Miranda rights? He did? Like your rights to an attorney, everything like that? Okay, where'd you get the car?
I already told him.
You tell me.
Okay, that boardwalk, it's just like a friend. That's it. His name's Sean, but I don't know his last name.
White or black?
He's white, but I don't think he thought it was stolen.
No, I didn't say it was stolen.
No, I'm saying, like, I don't know.
Okay, I'm just
I really don't know how he got it, though. But
Okay.
I'm saying, like, I was like, dude, like...
You got your phone on you?
No, I don't got nothing.
Where's your phone at? In there?
I ain't got a phone.
Come on, everybody got a phone.
No.
She didn't have a phone when I arrested her 2
Thank
weeks
you.
ago.
I don't. My daughter shouted
She
at my
had to use her girlfriend's phone at the time.
So you got it from Sean in the first entrance off of Albert Pike to 4201 Kincaid. Boardwalk.
Address, but dude, he's a crackhead. Okay. That's why
Okay. You give him any money for it or anything?
No, like he likes me like that. We're just friends.
What's his name on Facebook?
Sean, I don't know. I don't have a phone. I don't get on my Facebook no more.
All right.
Despite Taylor's vague recollection of how she came in possession of William's car, officers managed to get a name from her, Sean, who is a friend of Taylor that she borrowed the car from, or at least that's what she claims. If her story is not a complete fabrication, then whoever Sean is could be the key to solving this case. However, it's at this time that officers realized they didn't know nearly enough about Taylor, her background, her relationships, and whether she might be tied to Denton Stringer, the neighbor who was already under suspicion. So over the next few minutes, we will follow these officers in real time as they connect the dots and discover critical information in one of the best detective works we have ever covered.
Hey, I arrested her
I got
like
lucky.
2 weeks ago.
Pickens?
Or Elkins.
Do you know Sean?
Is he a white guy?
Yeah.
I think that's a baby daddy to her or something like that.
Is her baby daddy?
She's got 2 kids.
Okay. Yes.
Hey, Checo. Come here. That's Taylor's grandparents' house.
That's what I said, because the address looked familiar, and then when I heard she was coming out here, it's like, I know this chick. Hey, are they homicide or? Oh, says beat to death. Really?
Where's she at?
Taylor, she's in the back of Shelby's car.
Hey, you know that's her grandparents' house, right? The South Greenwood address is her grandparents' house. Hers.
1802?
Yeah, I swear to you. She's bonded out to that address out of Crawford County. She's got like 10 felonies pending. I swear to you. Is it?
The officer just made a crucial connection. Taylor's last known address, given to police during her previous arrest, was her grandparents' house, and the same duplex that William lived in.
Shut up. Did you tell Shelby?
I said, I think that's, yeah.
1800 South Greenwood. Hey, Sarge.
Give me just a...
Is the neighbor's address. Huh? Her address is the neighbor's. 1800 South Greenwood is her uncle or her grandpa or her dad.
That's what I'm telling you. That's her grandpa's house, and she's bonded out there. She's got like 10 pending
1800
felonies in
South Greenwood
Crawford.
is all in ISIS about it. I think this is...
She's bonded out there because I arrested her 2 weeks ago, and then like the week after.
So her address is...
It's the 1800 South Greenwood. She's
One to the right,
she's got
or one to the
domestic
left?
assault. The guy that called it in.
Wow.
That's his is 1800 because our guy's is 1800.
The officers figured it out. The 2 prime suspects were related. Taylor was Denton's granddaughter, and likely the daughter the woman in the shop had found suspicious earlier. But what these officers are about to discover next would put the spotlight solely on Taylor.
Ballman has her on camera leaving on the 8th in the car. Leaving the address. 8th, yeah.
So 3 days?
About 3 days, yeah.
You know,
This is Monday night.
She lost.
Yeah, the decomp happened. Yeah, it's about 2 days, 3 days.
With this final piece of evidence, it is safe to conclude that Taylor Elkins has a major role in William's death, and detectives needed to get to the bottom of her involvement. The other detained individuals were briefly questioned, but no one had direct ties to William or knew anything about the stolen vehicle. So with no solid evidence against them, they were released. With the on-scene investigation at its end, the next move was obvious: taking Taylor in for a formal interrogation. A few hours later, Taylor is placed inside an interrogation room and left by herself for the next 10 minutes, giving her enough time to come up with a plausible alibi to go with. What Taylor doesn't realize is that when the detective walks in, he has information that will completely disprove every excuse she has.
Hello, how are you?
Okay.
Could have been better? All right, Taylor, so you know why you're down here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, why are you down here?
Supposedly the car is stolen. I don't know. I had it in my. Well, I didn't have it in my custody. Well, I don't know how to say it. It wasn't in my property. I wasn't in the car or nothing like that. But it was stolen, and everybody pointed their fingers at me. And I mean, I admitted to driving it. So yeah.
Okay. And where did you get it from?
This dude named Sean.
Sean who?
I don't know his last name. I don't know his last name. I say hey to him basically. He's just a friend. Like he does drugs, you know. So I mean, I don't know everybody's last name.
You been arrested lately?
Yeah.
When's the last time you were arrested?
Last week.
Last
That's
week?
when I got my kids taken.
Okay.
It was Miller and this other guy.
And when you bonded out?
I got a signature bond.
Okay, what address did you use when you bonded out?
It's Windsor.
You sure?
Where's my grandpa's?
Who's your grandpa?
Gettin.
Gettin.
Stringer. See, that's why I'm bonded out too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm bonded.
Did he bond you out?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Where's his address?
He can afford it. 1800.
1800 what?
Greenwood Avenue.
Okay, when's the last time prior to that you were over there?
2 days ago.
And what were you doing over there then?
My grandpa.
Okay.
I haven't bonded out. I just chill over there.
Just chill over there?
Yeah.
In just a few minutes, most of the evidence connecting her to the crime. In her own words, Taylor admitted that Denton Stringer is indeed her grandfather. She had William's car for a few days, and most importantly, she was at Denton's house the same period when William was killed. But this detective was just getting started, and he's about to make Taylor dig her own grave.
So what about the guy that lives right next door to her? You know him?
Yes.
Who's that?
His name's Bill.
Bill what?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know people's last names.
Oh.
Yeah.
How old's Bill?
Oh, I don't know.
When's the last time you seen Bill?
I don't know. I don't know. He works the other day.
So this car you've been riding around in, whose car is that?
I don't know.
You never seen that car before?
I've seen it.
Where?
There.
Where?
Oh my.
Where, Taylor? Where, Taylor?
There. That's his car. Dang. Wow.
I think you kind of knew that.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
I think you did.
I didn't.
I think you did.
I didn't.
I think you know Bill.
I know Bill, yeah. I
How well do you know him?
I don't know him that well.
And when's the last time you seen him?
Like I said, like he comes in and out. I don't know. I don't pay attention to him. Like he ain't nothing to me.
Really?
He ain't nothing to me.
You kind of got all defensive all of a sudden on me. I'm just kind of curious.
Because you all up in my face now.
No, you got all defensive before I ever stood over.
No, like you're in my face. Like
yeah. I want to make sure that we're understanding each other.
And we are.
Okay.
I don't like No, I can like pay attention. I be doing my own thing all the time.
Okay.
So. Why are you staring at me?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if you're being honest with me.
I am. I'm actually being honest with you.
Taylor is trapped. She just implicated herself further by admitting that she knows William and, to her surprise, was driving his very car. After this brilliant line of questioning, the detective tells Taylor to sit tight and leaves the room. During this time, he would make a phone call to Taylor's grandfather, Denton Stringer, and Denton would tell him that Taylor was at his house a few days ago along with 2 white males. With this information at hand, the detective comes back to the interrogation room with one goal: make Taylor confess to whatever she did inside William's home.
You take a nap?
Tired.
Oh, you and me both, girl. I'm old. I need my beauty sleep, can't you tell?
I'm legit tired.
So let me ask you something. Do you have a phone?
Oh.
You don't have a phone. How come?
My daughter shattered it.
She did what?
She shattered it.
Oh, how long have you been without a phone?
Huh?
How long have you been without a phone?
Like total 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Taylor, you went to your dad's today. Were you there earlier this week, like Monday or Tuesday? Let me rephrase that. You were there earlier this week, and you had 2 white males with you. Who was those 2 white guys that were with you? Because I've already talked to your grandpa. Okay, and right there beside your grandpa's at school.
Yeah.
That school's got video, and it shows you showing up with 2 white males. So I'm just kind of curious. Who are those 2 white males on?
I don't even remember what else it was.
You don't? So, you don't believe that's Bill's car?
I mean, if it is, that's fucking amazing.
Even when directly confronted with undeniable facts, Taylor continues to play dumb, even making a mockery of the entire situation. So, in order to make it clear to Taylor that this is a serious situation, the detective would reveal the true reason she's in the interrogation room. Because she is a murder suspect.
You know why that's Bill's car?
Why?
Because he's dead. They beat him to death. And you're driving the car from a man who's been beat to death. And I don't know that you ain't got something to do with it. And you want to play tough girl with me, and let me tell you, this is not going to work out for you real good. He's been beat to death.
No.
You think I'm lying? You think? Why the hell do you think I'm here? You know why I'm here? Do you know what my title is? Homicide. Hey, it's got real. You talk about losing your girls? You're fixing to lose them for a lifetime.
I didn't do anything, though.
You know what? You're knee deep in this shit right now. This just got real. You better start coming clean with what you know.
I told you.
I'm just letting you know. Here's where we're at, Taylor. I'm gonna be honest with you. This can go either really good for Taylor, or this can go really bad for Taylor, because I can promise you I'm really good at what I do. If I can catch you in a lie, and if you lie to me, I will put you in prison for the rest of your little life. Just know that.
Now that Taylor understands the severity of everything and is deeply emotional, the detective will seize the moment to confront her by exploiting her vulnerable state in hopes that the emotional pressure will break her defenses and compel her to finally tell the truth.
I'm not threatening you. I am promising you. So, if you give a damn about Bill, if you didn't kill him, if you didn't beat the hell out of that old man, you're driving the car that was taken after they beat him. You better come up with who had this damn car, or who you took over there with you that seen him and went back and targeted him.
I told you I got it.
Listen to me. Here's the truth. You better start coming up with some full names, because you know what? Who do you need to think of right now? Who's the most important person in your life right now?
Baby.
You and your babies. You better take care of them.
I tell you.
You better think hard. Because I got all night. Hell, I get paid by the hour. I'll stay here all weekend. You're driving around a dead man's car.
I didn't know he was dead. I wasn't there.
But you know the people who probably killed him.
I told you, I got the corpse.
Shot who? In the apartments that you pointed out?
Yeah.
The guy, the old man died. They had a heart attack and died in one last week, and the other one's got an old woman that lives in it.
That's fine. No.
I'm giving you an opportunity right now.
Okay, I'm telling you.
Okay, tell me.
I told you. I'm telling you. Like, bro.
Let me ask you this. If you had to get Sean right now, where would you go get him at?
What?
What apartment number?
It's in the corner. There's 4, 5, 6, 7. It's either 5 or 6.
Now it seems like Taylor has a story to prove her alibi. Taylor claims that William's car belongs to a man named Sean, who she borrowed the car from recently. If what she's saying is true, then Sean could very well be the perpetrator of this evil crime. However, Taylor would also proceed to point more accusations towards Sean, telling the detective that he assaulted her, ruined her life, and took her kids away. This means that Taylor was likely involved in a relationship with Sean for a good amount of time. But what's strange about this entire story is that every time the detective asks Taylor for personal information about this Sean guy, she dodges the questions and refuses to give any information away. So, with Taylor seemingly uncooperative, the detective would end this interview to get to the bottom of her claims and figure out who Sean really is. And what they discovered would put Taylor in an even worse situation.
You been thinking about anything?
Oh, I fell asleep. I get tired. My leg hurts really bad.
Had a little issue. So this is the guy you said you got a car from?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure? Well, I told you he's in jail.
Mm-hmm.
I told you he's been in jail since June the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
You think I'm making this up?
No.
So if he's in jail, how did he give you the car?
It was him. I had to be sure.
You better rethink this, Taylor. That's looking like you killed him.
No, yeah, I know it wasn't me.
You think it's funny?
No, I said it wasn't me.
Well, you better figure it out then, because you just lied.
No, I didn't.
Sean giving her the car was a completely fabricated story, and the detective just proved it. So, with this major lie exposed, Taylor is taken away to sleep in jail while detectives work on finding more incriminating evidence against her. The next day, Taylor is brought back into the interrogation room in an orange jumpsuit. This time, the detective has prepared undeniable evidence to thoroughly debunk her entire alibi and make her confess.
Yeah.
You wanna know what happened to Bill?
Yeah. I didn't know to see a picture of it.
You believe he's dead now?
Yeah.
You still think this is all a joke?
No.
You sleep last night, didn't you? You won't sleep. This will haunt you. There's only one way you're ever going to get any relief, or you're going to get any closure. And you're going to have to tell us the truth of everything you know, and you haven't done it yet. And it's going to be the hardest thing for you to do. But it's the only way you're going to get any peace ever.
Mm-hmm.
At a minimum, if you didn't do it, you know who did?
Mm-hmm.
Are you scared of the person who's involved in this?
No, who's involved in it? You really do you get stuff out of people by threatening them?
I'm not threatening
them,
you. Girl,
in their face and stuff?
I haven't got in your face.
I'm saying like you.
I haven't threatened you. I'm letting you know what's fixing to happen to you.
Mm-hmm. But you don't believe anything.
I'm sorry?
You don't believe anything.
I don't believe liars. Okay? And you're a damn liar.
You need to be out there getting a real killer.
Well, you need to be helping us. If you even cared about the old man that's been beat to death and shot, you need to be helping us.
You just shot.
You don't think he was shot?
Was he?
You tell me.
You just showed me the top.
You not see enough? You don't see again to get a better look?
I don't.
I want you to remember that picture every night of your life.
Of course you do.
Every night.
Elkin's body language has shifted from cocky and playful to scared and confused, and just about everything else in between. Her behavior would change again after she's allowed to make a phone call to her mother, where she'd stop pleading innocence and start playing the victim. She's now going to paint a picture of a man named Joseph Rogers, better known as Joe, that will make him out to be the bad guy.
That's true. I mean, I told y'all the truth today, but I just didn't tell y'all all of it.
Tell us again what happened and exactly the truth the way it happened, okay?
Joe came over that night and he asked me what he had in the house, and I told him that he didn't have shit. He's like, will you knock on the door? I knocked on the door. And then he went in, I left. That's when I went to McDonald's. And I came back, he told me he took care of it. I didn't kill him though, I didn't do nothing like that.
When he said he took care of it.
He told me that at the casino because I kept asking him what happened. Because I didn't want to part in it, so I was scared, I didn't want to go in there or nothing. I didn't know what happened. And I kept asking him what happened. He kept telling me that he took care of it, that it's okay, that he finished it, blah, blah, there's nothing to come about it. And he just kept telling me that he's like, to get rid of them TVs, blah, blah, blah. He said I'm not touching them. And that's when I had Pete on him. Like, I didn't know. If I knew all that, I would have took his car. Like, if I knew he was dead like that, or I just...
Elkins has implicated Joe by claiming he'd taken care of William while he was robbing him of his belongings. She also claims he's behind the whole thing and she was too terrified to stop him. If this wasn't the third story she'd came up with, the detectives may have believed her. But what Elkins doesn't realize is that the detectives have potential evidence that will place her at the scene of the crime and prove she's been lying all along.
Taylor, one thing that is concerning is the fact that Bill does have hair in his hand. Okay? And we had a detective down there during his autopsy who states that the hair is the same color as yours. And Joe doesn't have any hair. So where would that come from?
Because I didn't see him afterwards. That's the truth. That's why I gave a hair sample. I didn't want to put the eyeball in. Yeah, that's why I gave a hair sample, because I didn't...
Did you ever see Bill after McDonald's?
If that lock of hair they found on William's body belongs to Elkins, then her stories will mean nothing, as the physical evidence will do the talking for her. But right now, that's not the only thing she has to worry about, as detectives have even more evidence that proves her whole story has been a lie from the very beginning, and it's all thanks to the GPS tracker William's wife installed in his car. That GPS tracker would also help detectives to map everywhere she had been from the very moment she stepped in the car, and then use the CCTV to determine who was inside the vehicle.
I know you don't have me, I'm sorry. You got a job to do, I hope you understand that. Let me show you another picture. Who's that?
Where's that at?
Well, there he is in the car with you. In Bill's car.
That's Joe.
Is Joe the one who killed him? Joe was with you when you left the house. And when y'all went to the casino. Did Joe kill him? Here's your opportunity. We got the evidence. There's a tracker on the car. We take it straight from when you left there. You go to Kavanaugh. You go to the casino. So you need to get this gets real for you real quick. So you need to think about this. Because we're fixing to take this to the prosecutor to get a warrant for you for murder. So you better start thinking if you want to take the rap or you want to be honest, because we're running out of time. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. I just showed you. I've not hit nothing. I didn't say you watched. I didn't say you watched, but I said you know. But here's the thing.
Wait, okay, so people are supposed to come up and tell me, right?
Now that you're protecting him, you'll be charged as an accomplice.
How am I protecting him?
You know what happened.
So people just come up and tell me all the time now that people murder somebody. No.
This is your last chance of your life. I'll be back with that murder warrant.
Okay, come back with it.
Taylor's arrogance with the entire situation has seemed to finally have caught up to her, and her extreme stubbornness has left the detectives with no choice other than to resort to other methods of incriminating suspects, such as DNA samples, hair samples, and last but not least, the polygraph. The polygraph test was done off camera. However, the polygraph examiner would have some harsh words for Taylor after the test had concluded.
Get there. Oh,
test results are not good. Showing that you were showing deception. Deception means that you're trying to deceive. You're not being truthful.
I am.
I brought this in here to show you. You see that question that says R5? And that big spike on it? That's where you were telling us a lie. You were lying to me when I asked you in the test, were you present when he was attacked?
Not when he was killed. But attacked, maybe, not killed.
When I ask you, did you kill him? Your reading is stronger than that.
Oh my God.
I am
I
so
just want to
clarified.
leave. Because you're just getting on my nerves right now. I'm not in the mood today. I've had.
Well, I really don't give a shit if you're in the mood or not.
Of course you don't.
All right?
You're a rude person.
I'm not a rude person.
Yes, you are.
You're a rude, cold, heartless murderer. That's
No,
what
I'm
you are.
No, I'm not.
Look at you. You have no defense for yourself.
I'm not though.
Because you killed the old man.
No, I didn't. I know what I'm capable of. I'm not.
Yeah, you're capable of that. You're right in the middle of all of it. And why you don't think you think you're so tough?
I told y'all what happened.
You ain't told us nothing. You make up everything to point the finger at everybody else.
But I don't.
You do, 100%.
I don't.
This is not going to go away. This is not going to quit.
Okay.
You're going to keep having your little nightmares that you have, and I hope you do for the rest of your fucking life.
Taylor would never formally confess during the rest of the interrogation, continuing to point fingers, blame others, sometimes being completely imaginary people, and playing the victim. William Dubois Jr. had suffered from 27 impact injuries and met a terrifying end the day of his death. The hair sample found in William's hand was eventually matched to the hair of Taylor's, adding one final cherry on top to help convict her. Detectives ultimately believed Elkins was responsible. Although she didn't confess to the cops, she allegedly made a confession during her incarceration. She also told another inmate that she went to William's house to borrow some money and had become angry when he didn't have any. So out of both frustration and pure evil, she grabbed a hammer and beat the life out of William without any remorse. Taylor's grandfather, Denton Stringer, was initially investigated as a potential suspect. However, with no solid evidence connecting him to William's murder or Taylor's involvement, authorities ruled him out. As for Joseph Rogers and Sean, they were both cleared of any involvement in William's death. The two had nothing to do with the crime whatsoever, and were simply scapegoats for Taylor to point fingers at. As for Taylor, she was charged with first-degree murder on October 9th, 2019, and in January 2020, she accepted a plea deal that meant she'd avoid a life sentence. Instead, she was sentenced to over 40 years in prison. Her first chance at parole will come in 2059.
You're with Brandon. Rachel.
This is 21-year-old Brandon Reisner, standing alongside his two parents. For the last 6 hours, Brandon has been on the run from police after brutally killing his best friend.
Keep going. He jumped the fence. Headed back towards Collingwood.
And as Brandon's parents learn their son is an alleged killer, all they can do is pray as they patiently wait for their son's fate.
Rachel, Jeremy, if y'all can have a seat out here. Would you like to talk in private?
On a cold November morning in 2022, a ditched Toyota Prius would be discovered by officers in Rome, Georgia.
There's nothing. That's what I was looking for. There's nothing.
Why this car was ditched in the middle of a creek is something police were yet to figure out.
Y'all don't think he's in there?
No, I can come down there.
Okay. Son's name's Aaron Davis. Supposed to be coming to Rome to see some friends and going to Alabama to see his girlfriend.
I don't think he made it there.
Nah. I wonder where he's at. Why his car's down there.
Crazy thing is, there's nothing. I mean, there was no acceleration. It's almost like it just
rode off in there or something.
Yeah. Did it go all the way up in park or something? Yeah, I mean, there's lights on like it's, but it ain't running.
I rode over here to see what was going on. He was down there changing out the trash.
A tow truck would eventually come and lift the vehicle out from the creek, and upon searching the license plate number, they would discover it belonged to 21-year-old Aaron Davis. Luckily, the town of Rome, Georgia is relatively small, and officers were already familiar with the name, so Lieutenant Sailors would give Aaron's father a call a few minutes later.
Then he's gonna go up to visit his girlfriend in Alabama after that.
Okay. Yeah, can you see if you maybe can get a hold of him and check in with him, see where his car's supposed to be?
So you just found the car abandoned there?
Yeah, it's actually off in a little ditch. We're in the process of getting it out. I don't think there's anybody in it right now.
Aaron's car being ditched is just as much of a mystery to his father as it is for the police. However, he did have some useful details he was able to give the lieutenant following this call. The night prior to this footage, Aaron went to visit his longtime friend, Brandon Reisner. The two had been friends since middle school, and their friendship continued all the way through college. Aaron had just recently graduated from Brigham Young University, so his over 60-mile travel to visit Brandon was meant to celebrate the new start to adulthood. But ever since Aaron had left for Brandon's house, nobody had heard from him, and his phone would go straight to voicemail. All of these strange mysteries would lead Aaron's father to file a missing persons report, and an investigation to find Aaron would officially begin. First, and most obviously, police would give Brandon Reisner a call, as he was supposedly the last person to have been in contact with Aaron.
Hey, I'm Lieutenant Sailors, Rome Police. You doing all right today?
Yes, I am. I'm looking for my friend right now.
Yeah, that's what I was calling about. You hadn't heard from him?
I have not. I've tried calling him, and it's just gone straight to voicemail, and I heard he was at Heritage Park, so that's where I'm at right now, so I'm looking around. Do you guys know where the car was?
Yeah, it was in a ditch over there. When's the last time you saw Aaron?
I saw him last night.
About what time?
Well, we started drinking around like 12, noon. He started throwing up pretty bad. He told me to leave him alone. I guess I woke up around like 1 or 2 a.m. And that's when I saw that his car was gone.
All right. Well, if y'all hear from him, let us know, okay?
Yeah, thank you for the help, sir.
All right. Bye-bye.
Brandon's story made complete sense, and he even claimed to be actively looking for Aaron at the time of the phone call, as any good friend would do. It seemed like Brandon was clearly the person they needed to speak to further in order to get to the bottom of Aaron's disappearance. So a few hours later, they showed up, unannounced, at Brandon's house to get more answers about what happened the night before, this time face to face.
Hey, what's going on? I'm Officer Grower with the Rome Police Department. We're following up on all this. Can you walk me through what's going on? Just make sure we're all on the same page.
We started drinking around 12 yesterday.
Yeah, it's you and Aaron, right?
Yeah, me and Aaron.
Okay. Anyone else with you guys?
And we went to bars, and I had bought some red wine
Yeah.
And came back here, started drinking red wine. He doesn't drink too often, so
yeah.
He had gone upstairs and was just puking everywhere to the toilet. It was like standing up and puking for some reason. And I went downstairs and he told me that he doesn't need any help. I went downstairs, dropped a bottle, cut my pinky, and I went to the urgent care this morning, took a shower, went to bed.
Okay.
And then woke up 1 to 2 a.m. and his car was gone.
Despite Brandon's strange demeanor, Aaron's actions last night connect with the ditched car and lack of response for the last 12 hours. If Aaron was a light drinker and got heavily intoxicated, who knows what he could have done while completely by himself.
So, how long have you and Aaron been friends?
We met when I was in 5th grade.
Okay.
And then we became more like close friends, I'd say, like around freshman year.
We're still trying to find him. I don't know. You know, he may just be staying at a hotel, sleeping off whatever happened last night. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean he's in danger or anything like that. You have any problem with us checking inside the house? No problem at all? No ferocious iguanas or anything? No. You never know, man. People have all kinds of pets.
The officer would search the house and find some interesting discoveries. Several doors would be locked, specifically the door leading to Aaron's room, where he supposedly threw up several times. This was strange, so Brandon would be called inside to help get them up to Aaron's room.
Do you mind coming in here with me so you can just show me where I'm going and all that?
Yeah.
Just makes it a little bit easier. The bathroom is up there that he was up checking in. I got you. Oh, Lord. Is that what's in the laundry right now, I guess? Okay.
Officers would notice a strong chemical smell coming from the room and find excessive amounts of cleaning supplies. But all of that would mean nothing compared to what they found next.
There's a significant amount of blood next to the bed, too. Decent. More than just vomit all the way over here. Looks like it's been there a while, but he could have been throwing up blood, I guess. See all that? It's weird to be throwing up blood like that. Not to mention, if he had alcohol poisoning, he wouldn't have been able to get up and move around this morning. Especially at 2 or 3 in the morning. Just poured powder right there, too.
That's it right now.
The cops are starting to find the whole scenario awfully suspicious. The odd story from Brandon, the puddles of blood in Aaron's room, the hundreds of dollars worth of cleaning supplies. It seems as though Brandon sensed the officer's suspicion arising as well, as when Aaron's room was being searched, he decided to do this.
Oh, my knees. Keep going. Hey, no, quick. Now. You jumped the fence. Head back towards Collingwood.
Somewhere between LaPorte and East 9, gotta be in these houses. Go up to the house, get in the backyard. Okay. Possible 1043 suspect.
Run back towards 8.
Give me more units.
Unfortunately, officers lost sight of Brandon. He officially managed to escape the police, at least for now. Desperate for any leads that might aid in finding Brandon, police began going door to door around the neighborhood, questioning witnesses who might have caught a glimpse of where he had fled. During this effort, one officer encountered a neighbor who happened to be on a call with Brandon's father, Jeremy. Quickly, the officer took the phone to speak with him directly.
Hey, sir, I'm Lieutenant Sailor from police.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Reisner, the homeowner,
Yes,
and
sir.
my Brandon's father.
Yeah, we're probably going to need to talk to Brandon. Do you know where he is?
No, I thought he was still at home. Now, earlier we had told them maybe drive around the areas where they normally hang out and try to look for him, for Aaron. Okay, well, we'll keep trying to get hold of him. We're still about an hour away, working our way there.
Even Jeremy was clueless regarding Brandon's whereabouts, and seemingly so was everyone else, as an entire hour would go by with Brandon nowhere to be found.
I am.
Okay.
This is his mom.
Okay. So I realize you might not be able to answer this question.
Probably don't know the answer, but I'll try.
Is there suspicion that Brandon was involved in what, hurting Aaron or something?
There's suspicion of something happened in the home.
Beyond getting drunk and throwing up?
Well, we don't know.
They're lifelong friends. We called back after the boy's mom called us. We called back and said, when did you last see Aaron? He says, I guess he left during the night. And that's all we did. We went to look for him where the car was reported.
Yes.
The powers that be have our number?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
While trying his best to assist the police with the investigation, Jeremy would return to his house, where he discovered Brandon's phone. Up until that point, Jeremy had been doing everything he could to help the police track down his son. However, after finding the phone, his cooperation came to a sudden stop. He refused to hand the phone over, leaving police to wonder, had he seen something on it? Or was he hiding something far more unsettling? But before we get to that, Jeremy is not alone in facing a tragedy. Unfortunately, it can happen to any of us. Take Yvette Torres. She was walking home from work in Philadelphia when a truck struck her without warning. Morgan & Morgan fought for her in court and won her nearly $12 million. If you're seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions. Just the scanning you could better understand the situation. After all, Brandon is his son, and he is innocent until proven guilty. So giving up the phone could be a tragic mistake. Again, hours go by with no further leads or clues as to where Brandon went. What Jeremy managed to find on Brandon's phone during this period will forever remain a mystery. However, when police spoke to him again, his demeanor would shift dramatically.
What's the status?
All right, so first of all, I understand you found his cell phone. That's right. You want to turn that over to us?
Maybe.
Okay.
I do. My gut says yes, but at the same time,
Yeah, I mean, we
I don't know.
we'll probably need to go through it and see at least maybe where he's been today. There is a significant amount of blood in that upstairs bedroom on the carpet. But I wanted to be straight up with you, not come home and find that. Okay.
No, I appreciate that. Do you have a warrant that would include the phone?
No, we'd have to get one at some point, so we couldn't go into it without that. So
some text back and forth.
Maybe something helps, and
I know.
helps him,
I know.
But I can't promise you that because I don't.
No, I know.
Yeah, I don't know what all's in there, so.
I want to. I was hesitant.
I know, as a father, I understand that.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna keep walking.
Something had changed. Whatever was on that phone had to be disturbing, and the officer seemed to have caught on to this as well.
Because he doesn't know what's going on. But he seemed a little shocked that we're at his house. You know, he seemed respectful in the sense that he was okay with us being at his house and doing what we needed to do. I couldn't really get a feel for him. He may just be covering for his kid. He's gotta be. Him having the phone and not being shattered tells me that his son handed it to him. So he found the phone, tells us that he found the phone, but doesn't want to give it to us without a search warrant.
Text messages not there.
Probably. He was telling Randy that there were texts in there about him asking where if anyone had seen Aaron. I wonder if those texts were sent since we've been here, though.
These officers were spot on with their theory. On the phone, Brandon would leave an array of horrifying notes, such as, his scream became a gargle as he swallowed his tongue. I like dark places where my mind melts. It feels so good and I feel so cool. My brain's a waterfall running out of my nose like drool. I can turn myself on in the blink of an eye. They notified me as the smartest man alive. Additionally, he would leave a to-do list following the murder of Aaron. 1. Schedule last 3 songs. This was in reference to his YouTube channel where he would post his music. 2. Vacuum. 3. Laundry. 4. Shower in my shower. 5. Take bath. Tomorrow. 1. Text Rachel that Aaron threw up horribly. I think there was some blood in it. 2. I woke up and he was gone. Whether or not these exact messages were what alarmed Jeremy is unknown, but something on that phone made it clear to him that Brandon had killed Aaron. And just an hour later, Jeremy would call police, detailing that he was with Brandon and that he was willing to surrender and turn himself in. So 25 minutes later, Brandon and his parents would arrive at the station.
You're with Brandon. Rachel? Jeremy. Thank you. Rachel, Jeremy, if y'all can have a seat out here, I'm gonna take him back there and we'll talk, man. Would you like to talk in private?
You need to send somebody out to form the body.
Okay. I'll be right back out with you, okay? Anything in your pockets that I need to know about?
Wallet and keys.
Have those real quick. Anything else?
No.
Sorry about that. Go ahead and have a seat.
Now that Brandon was secured, the detective would sit him down to try and get a basic confession or any information that might ease the path to conviction.
All right, like I was saying, I'm Detective York. I work here at the wrong PD, of course. Detective York, yep, that's me. So before we get started, got some paperwork you gotta fill out.
The detective would start the interview by getting Brandon's basic information and contact addresses.
So I'm gonna read you some stuff before we get started, okay? You have the right to
Two-star
remain silent.
turned All-American,
You have the right to talk to a
let's
lawyer
go.
for advice before you are asked questions and have him with you during questioning.
Two-star turned All-American,
You and
let's
Michael
go.
White. Okay.
Let's- These niggas beat us in the regular season.
Sit tight for just a minute.
So,
Brandon was smart. He knows nothing he says in the interrogation
Let's
room
go.
will go on to help him in court.
No
so
one said
he
it would be
decides to keep his
easy.
mouth shut. While this is unfortunate for the detective, Brandon's parents are more than willing to have a discussion with him. So instead, he turns his attention over to them to try and get the information that he's looking for.
Thank you.
There's a lot going on right now. Anything that we can do to help y'all right now.
Need to find my body. I can take you out. Try to show you. I can try to show you.
You can try to show us
the general area, yeah.
Okay.
There's an old cemetery up the hill. You turn left. Trendle, something like Trendle. Okay. We can show you all that.
This statement from Jeremy was crucial information to track down Aaron's body. But as valuable as this information is, the detective recognized the importance of capitalizing on the opportunity to gather as much from Jeremy as possible while he remained cooperative. With this in mind, he shifted his focus to delving deeper into Brandon's personal life before turning to search for the body.
Brandon, we brought him home from college because he was having anxiety attacks, he was having suicidal thoughts, he was having visions. Brought him home to make him safe. I gotta get his medications right. Got a call from Brandon this morning at 9 or 10. He was asking about one thing up, vomiting, so they had a drink. He didn't want Dad finding out that he was vomiting upstairs in the carpet. That's all we heard. Then an hour or two goes by, and boy's mom calls us. Or I called Brandon back on the meeting after getting burned. So, do you know where Aaron is? He says, no. Together around 5. And we were told that Aaron had run away. Ran from the police. Aaron's body is luckily there. He's mentally unstable. He has Tourette's since he was a kid, diagnosed as a kid. And with that comes OCD, and people say they have OCD all the time. They don't understand. And so they live with that.
This raises the possibility that his actions may have been influenced by mental instability. However, it's important to consider the context. Jeremy's statements could be an attempt to have Brandon plead insanity in court. Therefore, it's essential to approach these claims with a grain of salt, as they may not fully reflect the reality of the situation. Regardless, police now had an approximate location of where Aaron's body should be, so all hands went on deck to search the cemetery Jeremy had described. Aaron was found buried in the cemetery, behind a secluded area in the back of the property. Even worse was that his body was wrapped inside the very sheets he slept on in Brandon's house. The speculation had come to an end. Brandon Reisner was a cold-blooded murderer. Right after this discovery, Brandon was placed under arrest for the murder of Aaron Davis and transported to the local prison. But the cops found his behavior very unconventional.
Stand right there. Come
Go up to the counter, right? Let them follow their instructions. This is his property. You got ID in here if you want. For me? No, we're talking to him. You got your ID in there.
Oh,
yeah.
That was the last thing.
Officers stated that Brandon remained eerily calm while being transported and seemed completely unfazed by the entire situation. And while Brandon had been successfully captured and the case had seemingly came to a successful conclusion, officers had one tragic duty to complete before the end of the day: break the news to Aaron's parents that their son had been murdered.
Any questions here? I don't know a whole lot because I'm not. I've been here doing a lot of research. Be specific.
Why would he do that? Why you do that? We need my son. The family needs him. Oh my God.
Aaron was a recent college graduate and a good kid with a bright future ahead of him. His sudden death is nothing short of an evil, horrifying act on Brandon's behalf, and justice had to be served for Aaron's and his family's sake. That justice would come inside the courtroom. On July 18th, 2024, Brandon was left with little to no defense for his crimes, and his plea to claim mental insanity was quickly ruled out.
And I have come to the conclusion that justice requires that Mr. Reisner be sentenced on count 1 to imprisonment for life without parole. And that's what I'm going to do.
He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after pleading guilty to the murder and mutilation of Aaron Davis.
Yeah, that shit out of order.
Didn't tell you why you're under arrest.
No.
It's involving that relationship with.
Well, I'll be going to watch it.
You do go to jail.
I'm little. They're gonna tear me apart.
This is the moment 27-year-old teacher Brittany realized that her horrifying secret had been uncovered, and she was about to spend the rest of her life behind bars. But classroom predators like this are more common than you'd think, like this gym teacher who was given 30 years in prison for exploiting his students.
Come here. Take him off.
Or when the cops discovered the horrifying secret this elementary teacher was hiding.
I'm not a pervert, I'm not anything, I'm not.
Maybe you are
But first, let's start with the disgusting case of Brittany. Brittany was arrested by cops after her victim's parents found she'd been sending a bombardment of X-rated messages to their child, and as it was later discovered, even touching him in class.
Do you have anything on you that's gonna hurt me, dope me, stick me, anything like that? No. Anything dangerous? No weapons? Okay. Yeah, can you?
Am I gonna be able to put it back on?
Yeah, you will. This is your personal property, so everything that goes in this bag. I'm gonna take your necklace off as well.
Can you unhand whip me so I can take my other pregnant again?
We'll do that at the jail.
Okay.
And then we'll have you do the same with the nose ring too. I got it. Can you turn towards me? Open up your mouth. Lift up your tongue. Okay.
Brittany is complying extremely well with the cops, consenting to searches and even helping them out at points. In the same way as Vidge, Brittany knows exactly why she's being arrested, but she's trying to gain favor with the cops in hope that maybe they'll treat her better throughout the case. Even in her interrogation, it's clear that she still thinks sweet-talking the detective will help her out.
And are you from Arizona, or did you...
I moved here when I was 10.
And where was that from?
Michigan. My husband and his family are diehard Cowboys fans, so.
See, when I grew up, Cowboys were our Cowboy fans were kind of thugs. Everyone wore the star jacket just to be, cool.
Right.
And people got their starter jackets stolen. Yeah. They were robbed for it, so I grew up hating the Cowboys.
Oh yeah. Can I ask you a question?
You can.
Is this arrest from the school, or was this from something separate? So I had my school call me yesterday and tell me that I was on probation, but I had his father contact me today, so I was just trying to figure out which one it was from.
Well, it's,
Brittany seems totally confident that she'll be going home later. She's trying to play this off as if it isn't a huge deal, but unfortunately for her, the most disgusting details of the case were about to be discovered, and the cops would make sure that she didn't leave jail for a very long time. Brittany and this victim reportedly had sex at least 4 times within a month, sometimes in her car, sometimes in her classroom, and sometimes with other students still in the room keeping watch.
I was one of the witnesses, or one of the people that saw Ms. Zamora.
Was Ms. Zamora saying anything?
No, they're just doing it. It was very uncomfortable. So that's why the second day they're doing stuff, I just left the room.
Obviously, there really wasn't much room for Brittany to get out of this, but at her trial, she almost begs the jury to give her a lighter sentence, obviously terrified to face the consequences of her actions.
She would like to reach the podium, Your Honor? Certainly.
The sentencing is not only taking decades of my own life and experiences away, but those of my loved ones as well. As stated earlier, I never want to hurt anyone, and it tears me apart to know that I have, and I'm deeply sorry. I am a good and genuine person who made a mistake and regrets it deeply. I ask that you please have leniency in regards to my sentencing, that you see me as a person with a hopeful future, and not just another number or case. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Given that she accepted responsibility and showed remorse, she was eventually sentenced to 20 years in prison, the lowest possible sentence for her crimes. However, she was also put on lifetime probation and forced to register as sex offenders face behind prison, even pleading to court that they'll tear her apart for what she did. But there are other crimes that can endanger or scare kids at school. This 3rd grade teacher decided to really test the boundaries on the first day of school.
So, just observing you in classroom, it looks like something's off a little bit. Have you taken anything that's, do you have a prescription for anything that maybe you have taken today that just seems like you're not the same person that I talked to this morning?
I did take some medication last night to help me with sleep because I have some anxiety stuff. But
when the teacher named Kimberly initially showed up to school, everything seemed fine. But as the day progressed, other staff noticed she had red eyes, slurred speech, and even struggled to finish sentences. Kimberly claims she'd taken medication last night to help her sleep, but other than that, has taken no medication whatsoever. The staff, however, aren't so sure.
You haven't taken anything while you were at school?
No.
Would you be willing to take a breathalyzer test?
If I needed to, yeah.
Alright, ready? Take a big deep breath. Blow, 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 blow. Alright, stop. Good job.
You gonna tell me the truth? How much you had to drink?
I drank last night.
There's no way you drank last night.
Kimberly just blew a .248. To put that into perspective, the legal limit in Oklahoma is .08, and anything over .25 is considered alcohol poisoning. Having a blood alcohol level this high essentially guarantees that Kimberly has been drinking while at school, but they need to find concrete evidence of this. Luckily, they didn't have to look far.
Here's our drink that you have. What's in this drink?
That's a Diet Coke.
Is there anything liquor in it?
Nope.
So if I go into the classroom, am I gonna find anything else?
So where did the liquor come from? Did you leave campus?
Not today.
Can I check your eyes?
Yeah.
Can I stand up? Just follow the tip of my pen. Your eyes only. Do you understand? Yeah, she's intoxicated.
Am I gonna get fired?
Honestly, yes. Or you can resign. You're under the influence at school with kids. That cannot happen.
It's honestly too nice of the superintendent to let her resign, as this means she'll likely be able to get another job in a similar sector should she decide to. But it seems as though she still doesn't want to leave this school, as her next move is to desperately try to explain her way out of this in a truly ridiculous manner.
Can it not just be that it's in my blood system, and that's why it's...
Unless you drank a shit ton at like 8 o'clock this morning, I don't know how you could still be that high.
I did drink a lot last night.
How much did you drink?
Too much.
What do you drink?
Wine.
How many bottles of wine did you drink?
We had the box.
Did you drink a whole box of wine?
Half a box.
And you stopped drinking at like 3 this morning?
Presley Johnson, please come to the office. Presley
The problem is they said you were fine this morning, and then recently they've noticed a difference, which makes me think that you drank recently.
Unfortunately for Kimberly, though, nobody's buying it, especially after the superintendent finds a smoking gun in her classroom.
Okay, no more games, right?
Yeah.
Other than that.
My juice.
Gonna try again? That there is wine.
This was the final straw for the officer, and after Kimberly failed to call someone to bring her home, he decides that she'll be coming with him instead.
Please, just let me. Can we?
Hey, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You had your chance to be honest,
Well,
and
I did.
And then you wipe this out.
But
I should charge you with tampering with evidence.
please don't.
Put your hands behind your back.
No, I don't want to.
Do you want to go to jail with
No.
multiple charges?
No.
Put your hands behind your back.
Please don't do this. Please, I just want to talk to you. Can you just talk to me?
Put your hands behind your back.
Kimberly was taken back to the station and was hit with a single count of public intoxication. Thankfully for the kids, she also lost her job and was banned from stepping foot on the premises ever again. But Kimberly's crime looks like child's play compared to the next case of Vigilant DeHaty. On the 27th of March 2022, officers arrived at Coach Vigilant DeHaty's house to arrest him on a warrant for multiple counts of acts on victims as young as 12 years old. When the police went to handcuff him, Vigilant had a very unusual reaction.
Sorry, bitch. Can they be in front of me? Can the handcuffs be in front of me? We'll see. But usually no. Come here. Take them off. Come here.
The man accused of harassing multiple children bursts into tears while being arrested. A pathetic action, especially when you consider the nature of his crimes.
I'm going to share some information with you, all right? You're not handcuffed right now. I want you to remain calm and be cool, okay? There's an outstanding warrant issued for your arrest. It's out of Lake County, okay? So your beef is not with us, okay? I understand, Sergeant House and you have a relationship, okay? We want to maintain professionalism and respect.
The officer tries to calm Vigilant down and says that they will do their best to remain respectful and professional. What's strange about this case, though, is that the sergeant whose body cam is being displayed is actually good friends with Vigilant, hence the polite treatment and the lack of handcuffs at this time. In fact, Vigilant is treated so well, he's even allowed to take a call from his wife in the middle of his arrest.
Hey, I'm with Jerry. So
You in the house?
We can call her back in a few minutes.
Okay, they said we can call you back in a few minutes.
Listen, I got to put them behind your back, but I got these, okay? And they're bigger, so they'll fit your wrists, okay? All right.
But it's not just the sergeant that seems to know Vigilant. It's the whole squad. This isn't because he's known to them as a criminal. It's actually because he's a cheerleading coach and choreographer, running a long-standing and well-known cheerleading school. Vigilant was known as a pillar of the community, and reviews of his class back this up, saying that he and his wife provide a safe and healthy environment, and that they've both impacted many kids with their love and support. But it seems that Vigilant took this love a step too far.
Turn around. Going on the way?
You may think that Vigilant's tears are meant to imply that he's anxious and shocked about this whole situation, but notice how he hasn't once asked what charges the warrant is for. Vigilant actually knows exactly why he's being arrested, and these tears aren't remorseful ones, they're of regret and terror, as he's likely heard stories about what happens to criminals like him in prison.
How long will it take before they can give me?
It's going to be a few hours. I'm being 100% honest with you, Vig. I don't want to hide anything from you. Worst case scenario, if they're going to extradite you, you'll have to stay. That means take you to Lake County. You'll have to wait at the Orange County jail until they transport you to Lake County, and then you'll get bonded out in Lake County. And it's a 50-50 shot. I don't know how they do it. I don't know the process or how they decide it. I'm just letting you know there's a possibility that you might have to stay there till Monday or Tuesday until you go to Lake County.
If Vigilant is shocked at this news, it's hard to imagine what he was feeling after he was told he'd be spending up to 10 years in prison for his crimes. And it's not as if he's getting out of this either. Since his arrest, multiple girls have come forward to testify against him, and in July of 2023, Vigilant entered a guilty plea and is currently awaiting sentencing. But unlike Vigilant, Julio Soto wasn't about to go down that easily, choosing instead to try and cover up his depraved crimes in the interrogation room.
I'm not lying to you folks. I'm not a pervert. I'm not anything. I don't know.
Maybe you are.
In March 2019, a female student told her friends that her 49-year-old teacher had touched her inappropriately the previous month. Soto had pulled her aside from her PE class, pretending to fix a test she had taken. But when they were alone in the room, he touched her inappropriately. Soto was then arrested a month later on a warrant and was brought in for interrogation.
So you say you normally take 3 to 4 kids. What happened this time?
This time it was just her. You know, she was asking me because she goes, I was concerned about Friday because you're gonna meet my mommy and all this stuff. And I said, okay, I wasn't even thinking.
But why?
What do you mean why?
If you're gonna take a female student to your classroom, you didn't think to let me just grab another.
And honestly, I just wanted to get her work done, get her, and then go back to specials. I'm doing great. So, and like I said, that's my bad.
While she was sitting at the U-shape or kidney table, did you walk over to check on her?
And not until she said something about her wrist or her arm.
This is all well and good, but the cops are having a hard time figuring out why he was alone in a room with a student in the first place. Things already aren't adding up, and they have to figure this out.
Was she the only one in the classroom with
Yes.
you at the time? Do you normally take kids in the
No,
classroom?
and that's
like
what
that?
I was telling them. Normally I'd try to get a couple of kids, and I was just,
Is that like
No.
policy, or is that common practice, or what is that?
It's probably common practice. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it is written somewhere, but if you're going to bring a student back to your classroom, you always bring at least, if there's another adult there, or if not an adult, then you're supposed to bring a couple of kids.
And why didn't you on that day?
I wasn't even thinking. Yeah, and that's why I said, that's my bad. I'll get if I get a count statement from the school, that's fine. All I do was I knew her parents were coming. I just wanted her to get this stuff done, and then that was it.
Soto denied the accusations from the start, but this is where he slipped up badly.
What is that thing that's on your door? It's like a black cover. What is it for?
Oh, that's for active assailants.
Do you normally have yours drawn?
It's always up.
Okay. It's always up?
Yeah, unless we have an active assailants and we put it down, or when the kids play with it after school. Because it's only taped.
Okay. Do you ever have yours up for like your planning period where you don't want to be bothered? If you're in the classroom with a student and you notice it's down, would you have fixed it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You didn't notice it was down?
No.
At any time while in the classroom, did you say, hey, I'm going to tickle you? Did you attempt to tickle her? Did you place your hands on her in any other way?
Nope, other than her arm.
Okay.
Because she's one of those students that, you know, if I did something like that, I know she would tell the whole world. So
you're telling me if you did something to her, she would tell?
Yes.
So why are we getting this allegation?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
This suggests that he has thought about it and decided that she's not a good victim. Another super sketchy thing is the fact that the door was covered. It's like Soto was trying to hide whatever was going on in there from everyone else.
I reviewed the school video that day.
Okay.
First thing, she was in a sling. She was in a sling and she was sitting on the bench. She was sitting on the bench next to a little boy. I don't know who he is, but she was sitting on
that Wednesday?
Yes.
No.
I'm literally telling you. I'm going to tell you what I saw in the school video. She was sitting on the bench with that little boy. She had a sling on her arm. She had a band around her hair, had this big ponytail. I see you come down with your class. Your class sits. You just walk around for a little bit. You then walk over directly to her. You have some type of conversation. I don't know what the conversation was about. After you have the conversation, she gets up. You guys walk up that stairwell.
The side stairwell, yes.
Walk up the side stairwell. Proceed to the second floor.
Yes.
She had a sling on.
I honestly don't remember the sling.
Okay.
I knew it was the week before, but
She had a sling on that day. She had a full sling on. Her arm was completely wrapped.
Soto conveniently can't remember the girl's sling, a noticeable detail, yet he somehow recalls their conversation word for word. Investigators point out this inconsistency to make him realize that lying won't work.
Now you remember taking her to the classroom to do work, and you remember specific details about her arm was hurting, and you went over to her and you were like, let me see, and you were like touching her arm. If you remember those specific details, I don't understand why you can't remember the detail about the sling, because that would explain why her arm was hurting.
Right, but when I went over there, there was nothing on her arm.
But even if she didn't have that sling on, her arm would have still been wrapped. The arm was basically.
But it was bare.
Her arm was, in this video, her arm wasn't there.
Right, but when she came to the classroom, it was there.
So she would have had to take that off as she walked up with you, because on video, you walk in front of her, you go around the stairs. So these are the stairs.
Right.
You know how you walk in the door? You got to turn around, right?
Right.
To walk up the stairs. You're in front of her. She's on your left-hand side. Her arm is completely slinged. I see her go past the video with a sling on her arm, and you continue to walk up. You walk on the right side, she walks on the left.
Okay.
Have you ever tickled her?
No.
Have you ever horseplayed with her?
Not horseplay, like touching her, no.
Have you ever horseplayed, grab ass, whatever you want to call it? Have you guys ever did anything that would allude to being in a playful manner? Have you joked with her?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys.
But not like one-on-one, joking in the class.
So okay, we're in a group setting. Have you ever tried to tickle her in a group setting?
No.
Soto keeps insisting that he never touched the girl, but the cops are having a hard time believing him, with multiple witnesses claiming otherwise.
A lot of other students have told us you'll mess around like every once in a while, like joke around with them and stuff, and sometimes you'll like try to lighten the mood if you see that they're sad or they're down or something like that. Well, they said that you call it like a tickle, like a tickling thing, where you're like, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna tickle you.
But I've never touched anything appropriately.
I got like more than 8 kids who told me that you said, hey, I'm gonna get your tickle spot, and you poke them. Have you ever said, I'm gonna get your tickle spot?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I may have, but I don't. If I had a Bible, I would put it right there. I would. And I'm sure you probably hear this all the time, but I would never touch a girl or boy, for that matter, in any inappropriate area.
But now he's backtracking, claiming he didn't touch them inappropriately. If he believed he could bluff his way out, he'd stick to his initial denial, but unfortunately for him, there were witnesses to everything.
Have you ever received a complaint from any student on campus?
Yeah, like I told you about 2 years ago.
And what was that complaint exactly?
The same thing, the tickling.
Okay.
The tickling?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have tickled students?
No, not her.
There have been complaints from multiple students who said that they've heard and seen you gesture toward other students making comments about their bodies.
Oh my God.
Have you ever done something like that?
When confronted about the accusations of improper student touching, Soto pretends to be shocked. These students come from different classrooms and grades, making it impossible for them to come up with a made-up story.
So are these kids all lying on you?
Don't know.
You don't, well, that...
I know.
Well, but hold on one second. You said he was lying, but earlier you told me that if you were to ever do something, You know that she would be the one who would just go out there and tell the world.
Exactly.
So why is she telling the world?
I don't know. That's why I'm very confused and upset.
But one of the kids that said that you were one of her favorite teachers.
Literally said that you're her favorite teacher in the whole wide world, and she has so much fun in your class.
Mm-hmm. I try to.
So why the lie?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I don't know why they're lying.
Right.
And I don't know why it's a whole bunch of people telling me the same story.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing this stuff for going on 11 years now. And when details and stories don't change, there's usually something to it. So what I want to do is I don't want you to paint yourself as this bad person, this monster.
Oh,
okay? Hang on. I want you to paint yourself maybe as the person who may have made a mistake.
The cop even allowed him to claim it was a mistake, but Soto was not budging.
I need for you to be honest with me. If you accidentally touched her, or if you did something in a way that, or reaching over her, glazed over her shoulders or something, just tell me.
I have no problem with that.
Because that's not inappropriate touching.
Right, I have no problem with that. Like I told you last night, I have no problem. If I make a mistake, I'll confess up to it.
Yeah.
But if I know I truly didn't do something...
Her grades, she went from an A student, I mean high marks in your class.
Mm-hmm.
She was doing extremely well. And then, as strange as it is, right after this February 13th, this Wednesday, this specific date that we're focused so hard on right now, we've been talking about for the last, hour, why are her grades plummeting?
I don't know.
I mean, 60s. I mean, she's doing terribly now in your class.
That's why we had to talk with the parents, with the 504.
But the 504 talk happened on a Friday.
Correct, yes.
Long before her grades started plummeting.
The significant drop in the girl's grades is a concerning sign that something traumatic might have occurred, and the timing is too good for it to be a coincidence. Soto tried to act like the time alone with the student wasn't a big deal, but the investigator pointed out it was enough time for something bad to happen.
She was only in my classroom roughly 15 minutes. So there's still good...
15 minutes is long enough.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you folks.
You gotta give me something here, because you're not giving me an explanation as to why this child was in that room with you for 15 minutes besides homework, and you not tell anybody. I would think you would say, hey, you want to come over real quick and we can go over some lesson plans? Hey, let me grab a couple of students who need to catch up on.
And that's what I said. I said that was my bad because I was just trying to rush and get through. I wasn't thinking.
But that's not what that happened.
What are you rushing to get through?
No, just to get through to get her work done.
So these kids who are telling me that you're making comments about their bodies, multiple kids are lying, multiple kids are telling me that, that you've reached and you've touched them in inappropriate places, those kids are lying. This child who says that you are her favorite teacher in the world is telling me that you have touched her, and now she's lying. So it's the world against you.
I'm just telling you what I know.
Soto keeps claiming he can't recall touching children that way and doesn't understand why his story differs from others. So the investigator quit the friendly approach, pressing him harder, hoping to get something out of him.
You did make a mistake when you commented about these girls, talked about their bodies. You did make a mistake when you reached out and you touched these students. You made a mistake. I get mistakes. I don't think you're a bad person. I don't want to think that about you.
I appreciate that.
I need you to help me, though.
Even if I said this, is that
That's not a crime.
Okay. Not that
So did you say it?
Maybe. I don't know.
I think you did, but it's not a crime to make a comment. It's not a crime. So did you say it?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe and I don't know are two different things. Did you say it?
I don't know.
I think you do. I think you do know.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Detective.
It's okay.
I don't know. I could have. I don't know.
You could have.
I could have. I just don't know.
Soto's story is slowly falling apart, and the detectives are closing in on the truth. However, what Soto accidentally admitted to next might just be the final nail in his coffin.
Why are the cameras showing me what you're telling me?
No.
You don't know? If the camera is in your classroom and it's showing us what she told us, how don't you know?
Why can't you explain that to me?
I don't know.
You have to know either you did it or you didn't, and the camera
Yeah.
shows you did it.
The arm.
So tell me what happened, why you did it. Tell me why. I know it happened. I know it did. I watched it. Why?
Was it an accident?
No, nothing. I mean, I don't do anything for
It wasn't an accident.
to touch her.
Yeah.
If like I said, if I touched her, that I don't recollect. If I touch her, then it's an accident.
But you just said
This
it
was
wasn't.
not an accident. It wasn't. I don't know why we're holding on to this. There are cameras in the classroom, you know about them. They're showing me what happened. Tell me. Just tell me.
Was it an accident?
Just tell me.
It was at this point that Soto realized he was playing with fire for far too long, so he finally did the smart thing and asked for his lawyer.
No matter what, I'm going to lose my career. I'm probably going to go to jail after tonight
Why are we stuck on that?
because that's my whole future is teaching. I'm not going to ever. I'll get fired right after this. If I go to jail tonight, I'm going to be fired.
We're not here by mistake, and we're not here by accident, and everything is in God's plan. It's by His design. We are all sinners, and we are not all perfect.
Oh, I know.
We all fall short of the glory, man.
Tell us.
Can I have my lawyer? I'm not saying.
They got up out of that fast as hell.
Soto was
He
charged
said,
with
"What?"
one count of
All right, I'm
lewd
going,
behavior and one charge of of a minor. He was granted a $75,000 bond and walked out of jail. His trial has been repeatedly pushed back. You'll be even more shocked when you hear what Yassine did. In September 2021, substitute teacher Yassine Asher was interrogated for allegedly girls who were under the age of 12 at the school where he taught, and he was exposed by the
Motherfuckers be
parents of the
weird out
victims.
here, bro.
What he
Like,
said
what
during
the
the
fuck?
interrogation will shock
Leave
you.
these kids alone, man.
That's not true.
So these kids are all making that up? You tell me the whole school's gonna make something up?
No, I'm telling the truth about the other girl, but I don't know about.
Are you willing to take a lie detector test? It's really a stress voice analysis test, but will you be willing to take something like that?
No.
Why?
I'm afraid.
Why?
It might hurt me, that's why.
How is it gonna hurt you? It's not painful. Or you're afraid because you're not being honest with me. You cried to me. You told me you were a good kid and that you were sorry.
Yeah.
But you're not being sorry. You're not sorry. You say you're sorry, you're not sorry. Because you're not being completely honest with me. If somebody's truly sorry and wants forgiveness with anybody, you will be honest.
Yassine didn't fully cooperate at first. He didn't admit to the accusations and just kept apologizing. This seemed suspicious because if he were truly innocent, there wouldn't be the need for all the constant apologies.
I don't understand why do you keep on like hiding things? These kids, what did I tell you earlier? That sooner or later everything comes out.
I really didn't do that.
So if I pull video, I will not see you touching anybody that day you substituted.
The second the officer mentioned video evidence, we saw Yassine look shocked. It's like he was surprised by the investigative abilities of the officers, and he didn't expect them to have actual proof. Yassine continued acting innocent, but the investigator still pressed him for a confession.
Some random girl that does not even know the other students is randomly gonna say the same thing. That is just a coincidence?
No.
You're gonna sit there and lie still, or are you gonna be honest?
I did that.
And after a while, he finally admitted to his crimes. If you thought Yassine couldn't make the matter worse, you won't believe what he said next.
I just touched her.
Like what? Show me. Where your hand? On the table.
Touched her.
So you said 2 minutes. Did you leave it there or something else?
I left it there.
Okay. And while you guys were doing what? Like, was she not saying anything? Were you saying something?
I didn't tell me anything.
How long did that last for?
About 2 minutes, I believe.
She just let you?
Yeah.
Saying that the girl let him do what he did just shows what kind of person he is. Yassine was charged and found guilty of 4 underage girls, leading to an 8-year prison term for each count. After serving his sentence, he will be deported to his home country as a recognized predator. But if you thought evil teachers stopped here, that's because you don't know the case of Allison.
Someone fix my hair from my side. It's okay. Just smile.
On June 12, 2022, cops were called to the scene of a car accident that took place in a parking garage. The culpable driver was identified as kindergarten teacher Allison.
Well, let me talk to you over here, okay?
Okay.
So, what happened?
No, honestly, the AC in my car is out. I was fixing my hair. I didn't realize they were braking as fast as they were.
Okay.
I didn't realize there was a big line, and I literally just smacked into them. I've had 2 shots and 1 drink tonight.
Okay.
Like,
Right off the bat, Allison incriminates herself and admits to drinking before the accident, but tries to undermine it by suggesting she didn't drink that much. What she doesn't know is that drinking and driving is against the law regardless of the amount of alcohol that was consumed, and will always result in some sort of legal consequences. So she just made this cop's job a lot easier.
Right now, if you had to rate yourself on a scale of 0 to 10, with 0 being completely sober, 10 being the most intoxicated you've ever been in your life, where do you say you are right now?
probably like a 5. Like, definitely, like, yeah.
Okay, so you're feeling it?
Not like yeah.
Okay. With that in mind, do you think it's a good idea for you to be driving right now?
I mean, I definitely thought I was okay to drive. Like,
Okay,
yeah.
well, given what's happened, does your opinion change, perhaps?
I mean, no, because I was genuinely finishing my, like I said, like the AC in my car was out. I was fixing, I was trying to pull up my hair, and it was stupid of me, but.
Gotcha. If I were to hand you the keys to a school bus full of kids right now, would you feel safe driving that?
Probably not, because I am an education major,
Okay.
and I, do care. Like, I would never care for any kids intoxicated ever.
Okay, so you think because you are intoxicated, it's probably not safe to be driving kids around?
Not kids around, no.
Okay.
Like, I would never want to have other lives reliable.
Would you be willing to do a couple tests to make sure it's good for you to be driving tonight?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Allison confidently agrees to the field sobriety tests, thinking that being a 5 out of 10 sober is enough for her to drive. But in reality, any amount of alcohol consumed can have a negative effect on the ability to safely operate a vehicle. And after performing the field sobriety tests, the officer confirmed that Allison wasn't safe to drive. However, she has a different opinion.
How did you think you did on those tests?
I feel like I did fine, to be honest.
Okay. Felt like you did fine? Like, if you had to rate yourself, are we talking like 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%?
Probably like an 8, like at least passing, yeah, like.
So like 8 out of 10?
Yeah.
Okay. Hypothetical, do you think if you were to drive at an 8 out of 10 that's necessarily safe, if there's a 20% chance you might be running somebody over or hurting yourself?
Honestly, no, like, obviously always want my friends to be with someone who's like 100% okay to drive. Like,
Okay.
That's obviously me, but like, yes, I thought I was okay to get to the friends.
Okay. Based on everything that's happened tonight, okay, with the crash that happened here, signs of intoxication I'm seeing, performance on these tests, I don't think it's safe for you to be driving tonight, okay?
Can I have my friend take me home?
Nope. So if you can place your hands behind your back, you are under arrest for DWI right now, okay?
The officer immediately concluded that she was too drunk to drive and placed her under arrest. You'd expect that Allison would feel at least a little guilty, but that wasn't the case. She went from crying to smiling and joking around with her friends.
Here's your property.
Just make sure you smile. I did really good on my test, I'm not gonna lie.
What was the test?
I did fucking good. I don't know why he told me I fucking failed.
What was the
I was
test?
fucking followed his fingers. I was fucking on it. All I could see was his fucking finger. Fucking walking test. I fucking
Are you in
nailed it.
handcuffs?
Are you kidding? Yes, I'm in fucking handcuffs.
Oh, wait.
She
I
is
think Clint just tried to call back.
faded. What?
Please don't be mad at me. I was fixing my hair while I was driving. And of course they told me that. And I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm not even that drunk. I've had 2 shots in 1 drink. Yeah. But will you put my mugshot on a t-shirt? Don't be mad at me, Frank. Like, I'm trying to be a teacher. And my dad's dead, so I don't need to do lectures right now. Guys, you're be real. Okay, but wait, take a snap. Oh no. Not the lip.
See how they
really
take pictures
haven't
and
met that many
handcuffs and
people that are excited for this. Might as well make life harder now. Rather than sit here all day.
Posing for pictures while getting arrested and having a mugshot on a t-shirt is probably not the best look for a kindergarten teacher. Allison was taken to a jail facility where she would spend the rest of her night. She faces charges of DWI, and for first-time offenders, her bail bond can be up to $3,000. These are the disgusting crimes committed by teachers. But what happens when it's a school principal who commits the crime?
I have to go to the bathroom.
I understand that, but you're not gonna piss in that bush over there.
On August 30th, 2022, police rushed to the scene after middle school principal Aretha Dooley Malloy crashed and caused property damage to 2 houses. But when they asked Aretha what had happened, she didn't plan on telling the truth.
What happened? I just have to go to the bathroom, sir.
Okay,
really
but
bad.
you're not answering my questions for me.
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I just have to go to the bathroom.
No, that's not the question that I asked
What's
you.
your question?
My question that I'm asking you is,
There was no accident, sir. There was no.
man, look at your vehicle.
I look at the vehicle.
Okay, hold on.
I just have to go to the bathroom.
You're not understanding me. I need
Yes.
you to look where your vehicle is, right?
Yes.
I need you to see that all of your airbags have deployed.
They have,
right?
sir.
You do not have shoes on right now.
I took them off in the car because I came out to speak to you, sir.
She said that she was fine, as if her damaged car behind her wasn't all the proof that the cops needed. But as she tried to dodge the officer's questions, she lost her balance, which made it clear that she was far from fine. Malloy was drunk and unstable, and everyone knew it.
Can you just get the license, registration, insurance from me, please?
Yes, sir. Can I just go to the bathroom, please?
I need to deal with this first, and then we can proceed.
I just have to go to the bathroom. I can't hold it. I'm just being honest. I cannot hold it,
I
sir.
understand, man, but right now you're involved in a motor vehicle accident.
I'm not. I'm
You
in
are.
the driveway.
You are. This is not your driveway. Is this your driveway?
Not my driveway. I pulled over because they asked me to pull over. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm just asking you, can I please go to the bathroom, sir?
Ma'am.
That's all I have to do.
Ma'am, let me ask you a question. Here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you been drinking today?
Earlier today, I was.
Earlier today, you guys.
Yes, sir. I can't do this, please. Sir. I'm asking you. My father was a retired sergeant detective in New York. In the Rochelle. I have to go to the bathroom.
Surprisingly, Malloy thought mentioning her father's police connection would get her special treatment, but there was no chance of that happening. She insisted on using the bathroom, but the cops knew it was all a lie and got tired of repeating themselves after a while.
Driver, vehicle, she just had to stop to get the bathroom. She ended up hitting.
I didn't hit anything. I just need to stop. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm fine. My license just fell there. I have my driver's license. It fell there.
It fell where, man?
Insurance. It fell on the side, sir. I just have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
And I just I had to really go to the bathroom really bad.
Okay, I understand that, but we're a little limited on options as to
You have a driver's license around us, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I really have to go to the bathroom. That's all
Okay.
I ask.
Are we going to run through tests? Okay. All right. Let's get moving.
At this point, the cops are starting to get annoyed by Malloy, so they decide to quickly do the sobriety tests and get it over with. Little did they know, Malloy really needs to use the bathroom.
I'll take the test, but I really...
Okay.
Sir?
I got you. Like I said, you take the test, or you come with me in cuffs. Those are the only 2 options that I'm giving you right now.
I will take the test.
Okay.
I have to.
I understand.
I
You
just
have to.
need to
No.
do the test
I have to do the test before you use the
I'm
bathroom.
just saying I have to.
We understand. You have been telling me that you have to use the bathroom since I got here.
That's it.
Okay, I got you. Take the test.
I can't.
Okay, Justin, we're going to
can't
move it over
hold
here.
the
You see these cuffs, right? Take this test, or you're coming in handcuffs.
So my partner's going to read from a book aloud, and I'm going to demonstrate the test so you can see it, and then you're going to perform. I understand that, but you're not going to piss in that bush over there.
I'm not sir, you don't have to yell at me.
After about 5 more minutes of complaining about the bathroom, the officers finally got her to perform the sobriety test. And once the first test was done, Malloy started claiming to have a medical condition and couldn't continue any further.
So real quick.
Sure.
Are you refusing to conduct this test right now because
I'm
of
not
your
refusing.
whatever medical conditions you're
What
being?
what I'm stating to you is that I have to use the bathroom.
So let me ask you this. Are you able to perform this test?
I'm unable to perform the test that you're asking me to perform.
So that's both tests?
That's both tests.
Okay.
Huh.
But I can do what I need to do.
Okay. Ma'am, just do me a favor, turn around.
pajamas on your back.
Okay, I can do it. No, sir, I can do it.
Going from having a medical condition to being fine is impressive. However, it was too late for Malloy, and after a little resistance, she was arrested and put in the back of the car. But back in the station, she wasn't done fighting yet.
I'm gonna go back because I think there's a little confusion of what's going on. I'm gonna say this one more time. Last chance, it's on body camera. I will go to court that day. The law requires you to submit samples of your breath for testing. Will you submit samples of your breath? Yes or no?
I can't ask any questions.
Great. Okay, that's a refusal. Now we'll take that refusal.
I'm not refusing anything.
Great.
I'm just asking, why am I
too many
not
chances, man.
permitted to ask a question?
Refusal. Okay, yeah. She's gonna fingerprint you now.
Can I ask a
now,
question?
we gotta fingerprint you, and then we'll be on the way, okay? But just so you know, I've read that at least 10 times. My partner tried to read the other thing at least 10 times. Great. And each time, I made it clear. You said...
Malloy's uncooperative behavior continued for over an hour, where she refused to take a breathalyzer test and repeatedly pulled her hand away when police tried to fingerprint her.
I'm sitting here doing it, and you're just asking me to do it.
Come on. Stop.
Can someone else do it? I put it in here.
No, ma'am. Go on and hold yourself for me, please.
I'm asking.
Ma'am.
I'm asking.
And I'm telling
to
you,
do it.
and I'm telling you to go back into the cell.
Why?
I'm telling you to go back in the cell.
I understand what you're telling me, but why?
Go.
I went to the bathroom. I washed my hands. I'm willing to put it in.
Ma'am, we're asking you for simple instructions, like I've been telling you time and time again. Can you go into the cell, please?
But I'm willing to put it up there.
We're past that, because you lost your chance. Can you go to the cell,
What do you
please?
mean I lost my chance?
Ma'am, go back to the cell.
I don't understand.
Ma'am, go to the sand. I could care less.
Okay.
Go back in the sand.
But,
go back in the
So
cell.
you're refusing to let me to fingerprint myself.
Are you going to continue then?
Ma'am, I haven't done anything.
So no more questions. No more talking.
I haven't asked any questions.
Okay.
Just
I haven't
let her
asked
do her
any
job.
questions.
Can you let my partner do her
I
job?
haven't done anything.
Okay. So
I put my hands up.
If we keep going, you're just gonna go back in the cell. Thank you.
Eventually, Township Councilman Bill Rutherford arrived, and the police released Malloy. She was charged with DWI and driving an unregistered vehicle. She later resigned from her job. If you enjoy true crime videos like this, make sure you're subscribed to see more.
Whoa.
Didn't tell you why you're under arrest. It's involving a relationship with.
He gets his inheritance this afternoon. That's why we're moving. We're gonna pay all our bills off that we need to pay off, and then take a long vacation.
Less than 24 hours from this footage, Ina Thea-Kanoyer's husband, Steve Riley, was life-flighted to the hospital due to a sudden sickness that immobilized his body. Within an hour of being at the hospital, he would pass away.
I thought everybody knew. I'm sorry.
Oh my God!
What the cop doesn't realize at this time is that Ina is a very good actor, and she knows far more about Steve's sickness than she leads on. You see, Steve was less than an hour away from cashing in a $37 million inheritance payment when he became fatally ill. And as the multi-week investigation would progress, detectives would quickly discover that Steve's death was due to poisoning. Someone had killed him, and everyone close to Steve all had dire needs to claim his newfound fortune by any means necessary.
It was like 20-something million. Best thing you can do is get on a plane and don't look back.
Police department! It's the police department, it's not Chad!
This body cam was recorded the night before Steve Riley's death. Steve and Ina's drunken neighbor had been harassing them and other residents of the neighborhood, so Ina called 911 to de-escalate the situation. What makes this specific footage interesting is not the situation with their drunken neighbor, but rather what Ina would tell police after. Her $37 million inheritance fund that she's just hours away from cashing in.
Sorry.
You thought it was Chad?
Yeah.
Who was Chad on?
Trying to kick in everybody's door.
Who was he on
here?
here?
Busted to my light. Look at the garbage cans.
Who was you fighting with out here?
My fiance. He went for a walk, cooled down.
Who's your fiance?
Steve Riley.
Steve Riley?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your name?
I'm Ina.
Okay. Is your fiance hurt at all?
He got gash on his forehead.
Okay. You know, we just want to talk with him too, just to make sure he's all right if possible. There's blood all the way over there. That's good. So what actually happened tonight? What were they fighting over?
Chad was trying to kick in the door.
Just for no reason, or just?
Just drunk. He does that.
Where do you think your fiance would have went, so we could just get his side of the story real quick?
Oh, I don't know.
So you got a phone on him?
No, we don't have a phone until this afternoon.
But this is where Ina reveals something she shouldn't have. Their plans to pay off all of their bills, which had over the years been racking up. And she does this for one reason: to brag.
He gets his inheritance this afternoon. That's why we're moving. We're gonna pay all our bills off that we need to pay off. His lawyer gets here today at 2 to sign the paperwork for his money.
Okay.
And then he's gonna go pay that, and his lawyer gonna pay the rest of his child support, and then take a long vacation.
According to Ina, Steve is set to receive an inheritance from his late uncle tomorrow, which supposedly is enough money to turn their lives around completely. What police don't realize at this time is how enormous this inheritance sum really is. In 2016, Steve's friend had received a call from a man named Marcus Riley, who claimed to be Steve's long-lost uncle from Ireland. He had explained that he finally wanted to get in touch with his nephew, Steve. After connecting with each other, Steve had learned he was in line to receive an inheritance upon his uncle's passing, which was a sum of over $17 million at the time. This was enough to permanently fix the financial struggles he and Ina had been dealing with. A couple of years later, 4 months prior to the footage you just watched, Steve would learn of his uncle's passing from a British lawyer who had contacted him. Additionally, he would learn that his $17 million inheritance had grown to over $30 million due to his uncle's successful investments over the years. That's why Ina cannot hold herself from boasting to the police. Tomorrow, they plan to meet with their lawyer to officially sign the documents and claim the $30 million inheritance fund. The two plan to take the money and live with Steve's long-lost family in Ireland, quote, living in the castles. In less than 24 hours, Ina will be rich. So as officers leave for the night, Ina would make one final statement about how her life was about to change forever.
If you want to step back inside, and then if Steve shows back up, we're going to try to look for him to get his side of the story as well. But if Steve shows back up, if you just want to give us a call or have him give us a call, we'll talk to him then, okay?
Yeah, he's gonna stop by anyways, like I said.
Sounds good.
I've only been able to put like $5 on his fines, but at least it was something.
Okay, sounds good.
We're gonna pay it all off, all at once.
Perfect, thank you.
Steve would return to his and Ina's apartment that night, and the two would patiently wait, not being able to sleep, as they counted down the hours until they would receive their millions. The plan to receive the funds was simple. At 2 p.m., the group would go to the airport to meet their lawyer, who was flying in with their inheritance paperwork. Ina and Steve obliged and would arrive at the airport alongside their two friends, Billy and Wes, before patiently waiting. However, while they were waiting for the lawyer's arrival, Steve would become extremely sick. He would claim feeling drunk, even throwing up in the airport bathrooms. His heart rate was rapidly increasing, and his condition worsened to the point where Wes decided to take him home to help him treat his sickness. Ina would wait at the airport for the lawyer to arrive. However, he would never show up. And after a couple of hours with no lawyer, no money, and a sick fiancé, she would return home as well. Everyone believed that Steve had suffered from a heat stroke as a result of working on his truck for hours that morning. But Steve's symptoms were far more fatal than the heat strokes he had received in the past, even experiencing fatal signs of kidney failure throughout the night. And in the morning, Steve would become completely unresponsive, forcing Ina to call 911.
911, what? My husband's really sick. He got heat stroke yesterday, and now he's not waking up. And come on, wake up!
What's the phone number you're calling from?
I don't have a phone number. It's a phone that never got finished getting set up. Come on, babe. I've been trying everything. Ice, water.
Okay, but he is breathing?
Yes. He's snoring. He won't talk to me anymore. He won't look at me. He won't open his eyes.
Okay,
babe!
I've got help on the way. Just keep an eye on his breathing, and if anything changes with his breathing, tell me immediately.
Hello? Yeah. It's Officer Sullivan, Minot PD.
Inside the home, officers would find Steve fully unresponsive, and they would drag him out of the house through piles of trash and filth. Quickly, he was rushed to the nearest hospital, but with his condition so poor, he would be flown to the St. Alexis Hospital to undergo more professional treatment. But before we get to that, I want to help you search sites and gotten a heat stroke which caused his illness. The officers had no reason not to believe her story, so they would comfort her throughout the day as Steve was being treated. Unfortunately, Steve would never again regain consciousness. This is Billy Burkhead, Steve and Ina's neighbor, and he was with Steve and Ina the entire day of his sudden sickness, even working on the truck with Steve and traveling with them to the airport. Billy simply refused to believe that Steve's death was caused by heat stroke, especially since Steve seemed perfectly fine all day until they reached the airport. Instead, Billy suspected something far more sinister and wanted to share his theory with the detectives. So, the day after Steve's death, Billy would call officers back to apartment 912A to detail his side of the story.
We think she poisoned him. Oh, I'm almost sure she poisoned him.
So what's your plan right now?
We're making sure nothing goes. Because you know when they go to jail, they die.
I mean,
People come and clean them out.
how long are you going to stay here?
I'm going to stay here until the sun gets here.
Oh. When's the sun supposed to get here?
I'm not dead. I told you.
Stop!
He's not.
He's dead. And he was poisoned.
Billy's explanation for Steve's death is, well, horrifying. If Ina truly did poison Steve, then his symptoms would make sense, and would add up far more than the idea of him having a heat stroke. However, why would Ina want to poison her husband if they were about to live such a good life? Well, Billy seems to have the exact answer to that question.
The other day, she threw all the stuff out in the yard.
From his house?
Yeah, and he come out and he was holding his head down. And then we're supposed to go up to the airport and meet this guy because he's supposed to get quite a bit of money. Come back, we had to help him out of the car, had to help him in the house. And everything was fine until he come home. And then the next morning, she's throwing all this stuff out. She was supposed to call the ambulance. She never called the ambulance.
Billy thinks that Ina was secretly planning to split with Steve after the inheritance was received, even going so far as to throw his belongings out of the house after they returned from the airport. Even worse is that Ina lied about getting help for Steve after they returned from the airport, pretending to take him to get treated when in reality, they never left the house. Unfortunately, Ina overheard all of this talk and decided to give Billy a piece of her own mind.
I'm taking off. I'm not worthy of my husband. Dead or alive.
Hey, stay out here. Hey, stay out here.
I need to take a picture.
Picture of what?
Building.
Why
Here,
why
the truck.
Oh, you can sit over here.
Steve collapsed yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Went to the hospital. I found out was poisoned.
How'd you find that out?
Fuck, you told me. I'm just telling you, son, don't ever stop after these people. They're nasty people. They're nasty.
Ina coincidentally seemed to put the blame on the neighbors, calling them evil people. It's become more clear that Steve's death was far more sinister than officers had first expected. Officers now had a potential homicide case to investigate, but as they went to leave, one officer accidentally broke the news to Ina that her fiancé had passed away.
I thought everybody knew. I'm sorry.
Don't tell me anything. Oh my God!
I guess the son is on his way here. Okay. Apparently the son is on the way here. So.
Suspect is in custody.
Ina's reaction to her husband's passing is one of the strangest I've ever seen. She starts bawling her eyes out, then suddenly jumps right back to her normal self, as if she hadn't even heard the terrible news to begin with. It's becoming more and more clear that something is not adding up. Billy was not the only person to initially put the blame on Ina. In fact, he was only one of many who would come forward with their concerns. In fact, Billy's wife, Lynn, had stated that Ina had made horrifying statements in the past, alluding that if she was to ever kill her partner, she would poison him using an antifreeze. To add to the pile of already incriminating information, Steve would be tested for ethylene glycol in his bloodstream, a key ingredient in antifreeze. To nobody's surprise, the results showed toxic levels of ethylene glycol in his system. This information would serve as the catalyst for initiating a formal homicide investigation into the death of Steve Riley. Following the commencement of the investigation, a series of intensive interrogations would be conducted with all parties connected to the incident, including Ina, to ultimately solve Steve's murder. However, before that, Ina would launch a plan of her own. It must have been made apparent to her that she was in hot water, as the day after this encounter with the police, she would call them back to apartment 912A to explain theories of her own.
Hi.
Yeah. He came up.
Okay, what's going on?
I don't know.
We've been here.
He keeps trying to take Steve's truck.
Where's the truck at?
In the garage.
Is this the paperwork on the thing? Or?
No. This is property that Steve was buying after his inheritance got here. I think he left it to his son, but I had to Google where to go to get his inheritance switched over to the people he left it to. I don't know. The day he was supposed to meet his lawyer, apparently, I thought it was heat stroke. Apparently he was poisoned. I'm finding out. With antifreeze.
Alright.
And I don't know how to get a hold of the guy in London with his inheritance. He should be here in town. He never showed up at the airport. So, trying to figure out why.
Ina seems to conspire to the idea that Steve may have drank the antifreeze himself, or that someone may have poisoned him. However, despite all the suspicion being thrown her way, she can only stay on track for minutes before going back on tangents about her inheritance fund. It was clear at this point that somebody had poisoned Steve. The idea of this being self-inflicted was unlikely, as Steve had a life-changing amount of money waiting for him, and would have had to drink the antifreeze just hours before going to claim the cash. Clearly, Ina can be made out as the lead suspect due to the amount of fingers being pointed her way, but the other potential suspects should not be ruled out either. With this in mind, officers would bring their first suspect in for questioning, Rebecca. Rebecca was another neighbor of Ina and Steve's who was very involved with the entire case so far, pitching her opinion to police whenever she could. Rebecca was brought in primarily to add to the pile of evidence to confront Ina with later, but as the interview would continue, strange red flags would arise from Rebecca's odd personality.
You guys know my daughter.
Caleb. Yeah, how's she doing?
Yesterday,
God works in mysterious ways. She was arrested, released. She said this is the demons that are in her, the spirits that follow her, was able to change her butt cheeks. So maybe they'll stop following her now, she said.
Yeah, well, hopefully she gets the help she needs.
I pray she does.
Starting off a homicide interview explaining how demons left your daughter's butt is an interesting way of proving your innocence. But the detective isn't here to judge, rather, to get to the bottom of Steve's death. So he'll ignore these strange remarks.
Obviously, it sounds like you might know some things.
I'm a nosy neighbor.
It's good. I like it.
Well, I know what cars belong, what cars don't, who lives in my neighborhood, who doesn't.
Yeah.
So yes.
That's good. We're investigating Steve's passing just because it sounds like maybe there's something suspicious about what happened.
Whatever I know.
How long have Steve and Ina lived there that you know of?
Approximately 2 years.
Okay. How is their relationship that you know?
The first year was, Steve was looking great, doing great. The past year, I don't know if she suffers from mental illness at times, but her mental state went downhill the past year.
Okay.
When you lose weight, when you're not acting right, shady stuff going on, you're not working. Yes, he was.
Okay.
And it got worse the past couple months.
Okay.
It seems as though Steve's life wasn't as straightforward as initially thought, having drug issues, weight loss, and possibly depression. Whether or not Ina was a large contributor to these deteriorating issues is something they will soon learn, as this interview would become a pivotal piece of evidence, laying the groundwork to dismantle her defense entirely during the interrogation.
And it got worse the past couple months.
You think likely that theme,
probably,
like, whatever. Okay.
Yes.
What do you think she was using?
Yeah.
Okay.
And alcohol use too.
Okay.
Yes.
Both of them with
yes.
alcohol? Okay. So Steve had mentioned before, like in the past, about getting money.
Yes.
How many? Like
$2 million.
The amount Steve had planned to receive was something he kept very secret, often lying to people like Rebecca on how much he was actually getting. As we'll soon find out, this number was much, much larger than $2 million.
His uncle passed away, yes. First, he said he was going to leave it to Ina, and then they were fighting, and a couple months later, he said he went back and changed the will. He told me, he was like, don't tell Ina, but I changed it.
This statement from Rebecca would explain what Ina was talking about last time she spoke to police, and how she was trying to switch the will over from Steve's son to herself. If Ina discovered his plan, it would have given her a strong incentive to do whatever it took to change the will back in her favor, possibly by any means necessary.
Because it started 5 months, and he told me, yeah, I got a will, I'm leaving everything to Ina if something happens. And then it seemed like 2 months after that, he's like, that ain't getting nothing. Because she's a bitch, he said.
So that was just a...
Yep, that's how yeah.
Was he ever talking about leaving Ina?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to get this money and leave her, get my own place, or go back to California.
Okay.
I met her son last night.
Oh, okay. Her son came?
No, I'm sorry, his son. Steve's son.
Yeah.
I'm old.
That's okay.
He flew in. He came up to my apartment. But as he's leaving, she came up, knocked on my door.
When he was up there?
Yeah,
okay.
to get him. I think she was nervous. It was like she was pissed he was up there. And then she's like, I just want to let you know I found the will papers.
So she said in front of you, though, that she found will papers?
Yes. Yep.
Ina clearly had become obsessed with the idea that she was about to live the life of her dreams with Steve's inheritance. But after rumors of Steve leaving her, it seems Ina became terrified that she might not receive the funds and would be stuck with her depressive living conditions. It's now become obvious how these events and Steve's strange death could be correlated to one another. However, as Rebecca had stated herself, she was a nosy neighbor, looking for any rumors or conspiracy theories to help solve the neighborhood drama. I've also cut out over 40 minutes of completely false information Rebecca gave to detectives, which certainly doesn't add to her authenticity. In order to further confirm the accuracy of these claims, 2 more reliable sources would be brought in the following day. Steve's son Ryan, and Billy Burkhead. If anyone would be able to give proper insight into Steve's life, it would be these two, as they were by far the closest people to Steve.
We're assigned the case of your dad's passing. You're really the only next of kin that maybe had a relationship with your dad, it sounds like?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about Eno when you guys talked in the last year?
Yeah. He was talking about how he was getting a large sum of money, and he kind of just wanted to leave her because she didn't really have a job and was like leeching off of him.
Did Steve ever talk about leaving Eno?
All the time.
Okay.
Every day. She talked about poisoning Steve and me because we're always together, and she didn't like that. And I don't know how much it was. It's supposed to be, it's way up there in the money. It was like 20-something million. Best thing you can do is get on a plane and don't look back.
Yeah.
I said, that's the best thing you can do.
Almost every piece of information the detectives receive leads straight to Ina as the killer. It also makes sense why Ina hated Billy and Steve's son so much, as they knew far more information than she would have liked about the inheritance and her schemes to obtain it. These interviews wouldn't last long, as detectives got all the information they needed from the two and could directly confront Ina with it. But before leaving, they would break disturbing news to Ryan, which would make this case even more of a terrible tragedy.
So this inheritance now, I'm thinking that's the same thing we're thinking. Which, I mean, I obviously don't know for sure, but by all accounts of looking at it, it looks like it's a scam. Looks like it's the letter has different fonts in it and things, and the fact that your dad had gone there several times to meet with some lawyer, never showed up to the airport.
That and all the emails that they tried to send back to the sender of those emails, it always came back undeliverable.
The inheritance was a scam. Steve had lived for the past 7 years under the impression that if he just patiently waited, living through his terrible living conditions, he would come out with more money than he could dream of and finally enjoy life. Even worse was that this very scam that stagnated his life for years may have been the cause of his very own death. With such a pity of a case, detectives would go on to interview a handful of other suspects in order to get as much information as they possibly could to help break down Ina's defense. And after multiple days of interviews, the day finally came to confront Ina with everything they've gathered. But despite all this evidence against her, officers knew they would have a hard time prosecuting Ina without a confession or incriminating statements, and that's exactly what they were determined to get. Inside this cut-down 1.5-hour interview, you'll see some of the most clever interrogation tactics I've ever shown on this channel, slowly dismantling Ina's story until all she has left is an incoherent string of lies.
So, like I said, we have been just talking to everyone, like Billy, Wes, everybody that kind of just knew Steve, just to get an idea of like what was going on in his life. So, you and Steve were in a relationship?
Yep.
Okay, how long had you guys been together?
13 years.
Okay. Where did you guys meet?
Homeless shelter.
In
buffet dinner.
In North Dakota? Or
Washington.
In Washington, okay.
The detectives would go on to get more information about Ina and Steve's early relationship, but it wouldn't last long before Ina would start conspiring against Billy and others she wanted to paint as suspects.
And I begged him to, stay away from him. We've even gotten into fights.
To stay away from Lynn?
Billy and Lynn. And
okay.
I don't like calling people nasty. And they've seen them worse than Steve because he's tall and mean looking. People were intimidated by him.
Okay.
Just by his look.
So why would you want him to stay away from Billy and Lynn?
Because they're really, really nasty people.
Okay.
Felonies. Breaking into places.
Okay.
I knew they did more than pot. Smoking more than pot.
Did Steve smoke more than marijuana?
No, he's allergic to marijuana.
Okay.
Me.
Did he use other drugs?
Not for the longest time.
Was he using? Who was using?
No.
Okay. So
No.
he didn't.
After that, after he got the max the last time.
Yep.
He's like, screw this.
Okay.
I'm gonna just do what I want and want what I want.
Okay. So that's when he started using?
I think so.
Okay.
This would be the first of Ina's lies during this interrogation. She knew Steve had been using long before the incident she described, but in order to make Billy seem like the villain in their lives, she wanted to make it seem as though he was the reason for Steve's drug use. Take note of Ina's body language while she clearly lies. She glances up and avoids eye contact, constantly fidgets and scratches her skin, and most notably, stutters and slurs on her speech as she tries to make up a story. Keep this in mind for the rest of the interrogation, and you'll be able to accurately point out when Ina isn't telling the truth. But now, the police would ask her perhaps the most intriguing question. What exactly did she plan to do with the inheritance money?
So when did he find out about this inheritance?
I want to say 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Okay. So what is the inheritance? I know you had shown that first day Lieutenant Dake and I came, you showed us kind of that letter that was on Steve's phone.
Mm-hmm.
Is that's the inheritance? That was the letter? Okay.
And he was talking to an actual lawyer, I guess.
Okay.
From London.
So this lawyer reached out to him and said he's...
I guess. I don't even know how he found out about it. It just appeared. Yeah. And he was reading that the money wasn't cursed or whatever. Every single person that went for the Riley money over there, even this 21-year-old, had passed away.
Clearly, Ina is running out of resources to take suspicion off herself, and the detectives won't take long before making her abundantly aware of how horrible of a liar she is. But for now, they'd like to get some more information on this inheritance, and if Ina would admit to trying to claim it all for herself.
How much money was it?
It was supposed to be $17 million. Okay. $17,500,000. So, but with all the property sold off, it ended up being $37 million.
So there was cash and then properties were sold.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I gave all the information.
Who was it supposed to be coming from? Who was the family member?
Marcus something Riley.
Was that a brother or
uncle?
That was an uncle. Okay. Did he live
in Ireland?
Okay. How did it get to? Is it starting to be that the lawyer is starting to give him like a time that he's coming to Minot?
Yeah. That's pretty much when he kept saying, "I'm going to show up at this time." And Steve would ride down there, and he wasn't there. And then you get the email afterwards that he was going to come until later and then later.
Okay.
The detectives would spend the next 25 minutes trying to understand Ina's timeline for the day they planned to receive the inheritance. Whenever she gave a time for when the group went to the airport, she would conveniently change that time entirely, just a few minutes later. But one detail would stay the same. Unlike her original claims to officers on the day of the murder, she would insist that Steve had never gone to the airport, but rather Wes had gone instead to represent Steve. This was confusing, but Ina's reason as to why Steve couldn't make it to the airport would make just as little sense.
Because he was drinking beer all day, he was working in the garage, he was spray painting his truck, with the doors and the windows closed, barely drinking any water.
So he consumed almost a case of beer and...
Oh, he can drink more than that.
Pay attention to Ina here. She's carefully crafting a story to deflect suspicion, but the detectives came prepared.
I've seen him drink a couple cases.
But on that day...
Yeah, it was a case of beer.
From probably 6 or 7 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, so 5 to 6 hours. Does that sound right?
Probably.
Okay. Did you drink anything else?
Just a glass of water and his tea. I made iced tea because he begged for iced tea.
Steve had no traces of alcohol in his system the day of his death, proven by a blood test and toxicology. So detectives know, clearly, Ina is lying through her teeth.
So I just have a lot of concerns here, okay, and I'm just going to be honest with you. You told the paramedics when they were there that morning or afternoon that he had been drinking till 5 in the morning, that he had been consuming alcohol. That's on body cam. Okay, you said he was drinking all day the day before and that he drank his last drink at 5 a.m. Okay, and now you're telling me he didn't drink. That's not what you say on this video, okay?
I want to see this video.
Okay, well, I'm not going to show you the body cam. I'm just telling you that that's what's on there. There's reports that Wes came to the house that morning and you said that Steve was at the walk-in clinic. He wasn't at the walk-in clinic.
Steve didn't want to see Wes anymore.
Okay, but Steve wasn't at the walk-in clinic.
He was at the hospital.
He wasn't at the hospital.
He just left with the ambulance when Wes showed up there.
That's not what's been reported to us. Wes was there prior to.
Yeah, the timestamps prove that.
I want a lawyer.
Okay, that's fine.
Realizing she's running out of options to defend herself, and with the detectives closing in, Ina resorts to something surprisingly clever as a last-ditch effort, asking for a lawyer.
Am I being arrested?
Nope, you're not being arrested. We're just talking. So, but if you want a lawyer, we can stop talking right now. That's fine.
But I'm telling you the God honest truth. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. I wish I was there. I wish I was with him every second of the day that day. I wish I watched every single, but I'm not his goddamn mom.
You asked for a lawyer, Ina, so we're just gonna end this now. Okay, I'm not gonna talk anymore. All right.
You guys are so unbelievable. Fucking weird.
The second Ina realized the detectives saw right through her story, she folded under the pressure and insisted on a lawyer. Ina had finally realized her game was over. Following this interrogation, Ina would roam free while detectives scrambled for concrete evidence that she had poisoned Steve. Ina would continue fighting for her innocence, making more deranged theories, such as Steve drinking the antifreeze out of shame that the lawyer was a fraud, or that she had too been poisoned just months prior. Unfortunately for her, police managed to file a search warrant on apartment 912A, finding multiple alarming items. An old Windex bottle without a cap, containing a bright green liquid suspected to be antifreeze, as well as a Coors Light bottle containing antifreeze, found in the garage Steve had been working in that morning. This exact Coors Light bottle was what Ina used to poison Steve with. Antifreeze contains ethylene glycol, an ingredient that makes the liquid taste sweet. By mixing this with tea, Steve was fully unable to tell this fatal substance apart from his typical morning tea. Additionally, by hiding the liquids in the dark Coors Light bottle, Steve was unable to see the bright green color of this drink. With all of this newfound, completely incriminating evidence, as well as the numerous lies and false claims Ina had told law enforcement,
This lady
she
dumb
would
as fuck.
finally be
Just
arrested
dumb.
on October
Dumb.
30th, 2024.
I don't understand what she thought she was gonna be able to do. What the fuck?
I know. Please lock up my house.
Yeah, we'll lock up the house for you.
I'll give you the keys, but
We'll lock your house up for you.
why me?
So right now.
We let you smoke a cigarette, you're gonna be decent?
Oh, I'm decent all the time.
No, I never dealt with you, so just don't
Never been arrested before like this. I've never done anything. I haven't done anything. It seems like I'm an easy scapegoat. Because all I am is an easy scapegoat. That's all I've ever been. If I was gonna kill him, I would have killed him the day he lied to me and I found out he was doing drugs.
Yeah, this man grabbed your arm so you don't fall, alright?
And I would have done it physically, not.
Physically?
Yeah, I'm a physical woman, not a.
Nobody out here to watch the dogs? Just you? No friends or anything?
Only one here.
You have any friends at work that would take them? We just don't want them to die in there, alright?
Why? How long are you holding me?
We don't know. So we'll have our officers grab the dogs. We'll put a hold on them, alright?
6 months following Ina's arrest, she would sit down in the courtroom for one final time, accepting a plea deal for the murder of Steve Riley. It had been a matter of principle for Ina throughout this entire investigation, staying true to her word no matter how delusional it sounded. But in this courtroom, Ina was left with no choice but to finally confess. Ina Thea Knoyer was charged with murder, intentional, knowing, or with extreme indifference of an adult victim. She was sentenced to life in prison. Her first chance at probation will come in 2050.
On February 25, 2022, officers from the Bay County Sheriff's Office in Florida initiated an arrest warrant after the suspect reported to his probation office and submitted a positive drug test for amphetamines. In this video, he was on probation for multiple repeated offenses of driving while his license was suspended or revoked, and 2 or more offenses for battery. According to police reports, one of those offenses for battery lists that the suspect had repeatedly punched his girlfriend, leaving her with 2 black eyes and swelling of the face. His past crimes extend even further and include charges for possession of paraphernalia and grand theft valued over $20,000, among others. Officers begin their search in what was likely the suspect's last known location at this Florida motel.
Took off running this way somewhere. Hey, man! He's running. Step forward behind the next time motel. Sheriff's office. On the motel. Just took off running east. I don't have eyes on. Took off running over here somewhere.
Took running where?
Took off over here somewhere.
What was he wearing?
Green shirt.
That was freaking him.
It's a white male wearing a green shirt, blue jeans, had a hat on.
He passed right by me, but it didn't freaking look like him.
He's right. I mean, he's got to be right in here somewhere. But there's so much like old cars and junk out here. He got around a corner. I don't know where he went. He couldn't have made it far though. He's got to be hiding in here somewhere. Hey man, how's it going? You see anybody running through here? Okay. So what? No. I think he might have barricaded himself in unit number 15 right over here. You can check the back. I checked the camper right here. There's nobody in it, and that's the only place I think he could have got to that quick. Hey, man. You see anybody running through here?
I've been out there with you.
Okay. Who owns all this right here?
That's the owner of the motel.
Okay. There's a door on this side. I think he must have gone in there, and there's like a little latch from the interior that he must have thrown right when he got in. What's going on, man? Y'all see anybody running through here?
There's a guy. I seen him jump out.
Where did he go to?
I just seen him shoot that way. That's all.
You saw him run that way, around the side of this building?
Yeah.
Okay. You saw him clear over here?
Yeah. There was one of them I caught was still in over there walking.
But he made it around this way?
Yeah.
We're in pursuit again. How's that going?
He's running southbound along 231. He's about 100 yards east of 231. He's running southbound. He's got a turquoise shirt, blue jeans, wearing a hat.
The officers are now on the move. One officer follows the path the suspect took through this field, while the other jumps in his cruiser and travels down the road a bit to this junkyard, likely hoping to catch the suspect if he runs further south.
This is Sheriff's Office.
438, you still have eyes on him?
54. He ran north through this field, and I lost eyes, and the homeowner lost eyes. He's probably back here in this junkyard with all these cars.
I'm down here in the junkyard now. I moved my vehicle down here. I'm walking north.
I got a homeowner pointing toward the left side of this field that I just ran through. Where?
I'm down here in the junkyard now. I think we got somebody hiding out in here. He's wearing a turquoise shirt, blue jeans. He's got a hat on.
I ain't seen nobody.
He just ran through this field right here into your yard somewhere. Is there an access point over here that he might run to?
You can go through that, but it's all for woody.
Okay, so he wouldn't have made it too far real quick.
Well, he didn't go too far, but it's real bad.
Okay. I think he's hiding out somewhere in here. We got other units coming.
Right across there now. That field's open to the back of the motel back there.
Okay, the homeowner right over here said he made it into the junkyard right here, so.
Okay.
He's got to be hiding out in this junkyard somewhere. The owner says the south side of it is pretty much inaccessible to with it.
I went up on that railroad track.
Where's that at? Right over here? Okay. How would he have got to it? Because he made it in here somewhere. I don't really see a good spot. I mean, he would have had to access it from the field, right?
Well, he go right across there, that field right there. He can go right on. Right
okay.
On.
All right.
It's real thick. It's really just goes through.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, where's that junkyard in relation to the hotel?
It's just south of it, maybe 150, 200 yards south of the hotel on the east side of 231. I think he's got to be hiding out somewhere in here. There's a lot of places to hide, but I don't think he could have made it anywhere else in that time.
As these officers continue searching the junkyard, other officers begin driving to the scene.
Is everything here unlocked? Said, is all these cars unlocked and everything out here?
Cars?
Yeah, all this junk stuff, is all of it unlocked?
Yeah. Okay. But I doubt if you get them because they all travel for the junk.
Okay.
But the railroad track, if you run that way, you get on that railroad track and run down it properly.
Did you see him?
No, ma'am, I ain't seen him.
Okay.
I've been out here.
The officers continually scan through every nook and cranny they imagine the suspect could be hiding behind. Without knowing the context behind this video, it feels as though we might be watching a professional game of hide and seek, set in a perfectly competitive venue. So competitive that other officers will soon be arriving with a K9 unit.
1097.
They said they saw him in here, though, right?
The neighbors over there did.
Because right when she was telling you that, I was pulling in here. I took my vehicle down here.
He couldn't have.
So if he entered here, he didn't get to those railroad tracks.
He couldn't have gotten to the railroad tracks.
He came in here. Now, the owner of this said that if he made it through the field there, but if he entered this junkyard, he's in here. Because he said all this is so wooded, he wouldn't make it far.
He shouldn't move. I couldn't get through that thicket. I had to climb under that trailer.
Well, when I saw him, he was about 100 yards from us then.
I thought I could keep an eye on him if I kept running.
He's got to be in here somewhere, man.
Okay, well, let's do this. Then Allison back up front.
Okay.
So he doesn't get away.
Hey, Allison.
Huh?
You want to go back up front to make sure he doesn't bolt out?
Yeah.
So, owner of the junkyard said this is all inaccessible. I mean, he wouldn't make it through any of this. The only way he could have hit the railroad tracks through the field, and the homeowner over there said that she saw him come into this junkyard.
Let's kind of hold the sides until we can get some more, and then we'll hold it and start going systematically through.
Okay, I'll hold this corner. I'd have to pull it up. I don't recall.
Hey.
I saw somebody running across the road.
What was he wearing?
He couldn't tell. He was back there.
From right here?
Yeah.
Crap.
I think he's already run across the road. I'm going to y'all just laid eyes on him.
It's been a couple of minutes. He ran out.
Yeah, that had to be him. He ran on that little dim road, that little cutoff right there. We were just in there.
438 tall units. Roush, the FHP lieutenant, said that he saw somebody run across right here from the junkyard into these woods right across the street. That's what the lieutenant from FHP said, but he doesn't know what he was wearing, and he doesn't know if it's our guy, but he ran straight from here a couple...
Hey, grab your truck.
The other side, myself in 34s going across now. Try to look to see if you see footprints in that dirt.
Well, this is not a worst case scenario.
Yeah, I know. I made it in here, and there's all kind of places to hide. All right, he just confirmed with y'all's lieutenant that he did see him run across, so he's not going to be in here. So we've got a couple units out there right now. I'm going to head out there.
Yeah, I'll have them two right there hold their position. There's a little dirt road right across from the junkyard, which is where the FHP lieutenant said he saw him run in. We'll start setting the perimeter this way. To all units, let's take this to east, talk around, and clear this channel.
Officers coordinate by guarding the exits while other officers scout the area. Over the course of roughly 15 minutes, they still find no sign of the suspect. At this point, it's time to bring in the K9 unit.
Do we have anything over there that might work for a SIN article, wherever it started?
I've got nothing. He got out of a vehicle there, and he didn't drop anything or leave anything behind. No.
In case he's got her hostage.
Copy that. So if you want.
No.
What up? Hey, do y'all live back here?
Yes.
Okay. We are, if you stop rolling for a second, I'll tell you. We are chasing one around. Shouldn't be in the house anywhere, so just be careful.
Oh, you chased one that he in here somewhere?
Yeah, so just watch all the deputies and the dog, please.
I don't believe so. Of course, this one day we've got contact.
Everything's being recorded right now. Everything is being recorded. It's all being recorded. So I ain't got your hands behind your back. Yes, sir. I ain't got, it's all being recorded. I got somebody else out there on the highway.
If he runs it, I'm gonna let the dog.
I don't understand. Yes, sir. I don't understand why you're treating me like this. Why are you running this? Why are you chasing me for what? Yeah, for violation of probation. Hey. Chase me through the woods like a piece of it's all being recorded, y'all.
Get up, man. Come on out.
Oh, somebody hit me, and y'all arrest me. Y'all coming after me like that's fucking man.
You got him?
I don't think so. I think he just jumped on the ground.
I'm pissed.
I'm pissed too.
You son of a man, yeah. That's a good boy.
Hey, sunshine.
You ain't gotta grab me, bro. You ain't gonna grab me like that. I'm a business owner, you know what I'm saying? Fuck y'all. See how they treat me, bro? I called it all to them. They treat me like this. Sure enough, I called it all. I got beat up. And I called it all. This is how they treat me, bro. I might as well be black, dog. Swear to God. Because I'm from California. On everything. Y'all, what's up? Yeah, man, look how y'all treat me. Fuck y'all.
You got a warrant, bro.
Man, fuck you.
That's not nice. Why you going then?
Well, I got a warrant because my probation officer is a fucking fuck y'all. I got self-report where I work or where I was. I don't give a fuck. Let it bite me because y'all get sued. That's a good boy. That's a good dog. Yes, it is. Y'all pieces of shit. Yeah, you have. Chase me like that or a motherfucker. Violation of probation. Fuck y'all, man. Straight up. Hey, sunshine. Yes, he's a bitch. I know what y'all trying to do. They're gonna take me up out of here at P-Line. I know how y'all pieces. I'm ready to die, motherfucker. Y'all kill me. I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna grab me no harder, bro. I ain't moving.
Hey, stop running your mouth and he'll let up a little bit.
They chase you like this for violation of probation in Bay County, guys. Real deputy dick.
Don't run, bro. If you don't like it, run faster.
Why would I run? I called dog. You stupid. No, I called dog. Why you done? Look how you do it. That's up. They call me like that. Why you doing me like that?
Do not kick me.
Why they doing me like that?
Stop.
I ain't kicked you, motherfucker. Piece of shit, motherfucker. I ain't kicked you. I ain't kicked him, though.
Give me the car. Give me the car.
That's bad. Look at that. You see how he's saying me?
Get the car. Get in the car, John. Chill out.
Very much.
Get him go.
Yeah. What's he slamming me at?
I didn't slam you.
No, him.
I don't know. Listen.
That's shit.
Chill out. Let's put your seatbelt on.
Because I called the wrong way and they're chasing me.
Johnny.
That's shit, bro.
Johnny.
I got battered to my eye.
Johnny.
I got hit and they treat me like this.
Johnny.
That's bullshit.
Let me put your seatbelt on so you don't
That's
get hurt.
bullshit, bro.
Relax.
I got something with the old son. What about my kid? What about our family, motherfucker? You pieces of shit. Let's tell the fucking truth. Yeah!
Hey, stop kicking.
Tell the fucking truth!
Hey.
No! Tell the goddamn truth!
Johnny, I'm not yelling at you. Chill. Listen.
Yeah, let my head.
Relax.
Go ahead, Miss Officer. Miss Camera Lady. Can I have some water, please? I look at my head. Wow, y'all caught the guy. Excuse my language, ma'am.
Throughout the ride to the police station, we counted that the suspect banged their head over 60 times, even though a visible laceration appears on their forehead after only 5 self-induced impacts. He continues to be argumentative with the female officer driving the cruiser.
I'm going to jail. You're trying to make it impossible. I got a son, I got a business. You know, the whole time she didn't help me do nothing. I don't have a son, dude. Me. There's a benzo, I don't take benzos, amphetamines. I don't take amphetamines, that's Adderall. It's Adderall, that's a pill substance. That fucking Yankee bitch probably put it in my fucking drink. Bullshit. All they gotta do is smoke weed, take oil tabs. I didn't feel for none of that shit. Well, I felt for weed. I got a weed card. I've done meth before, but I've never done amphetamines. Judge, Your Honor, what in the world would you jeopardize the human body or safety of a human being over a fucking violation? Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. Have I not tried to be respectful to you, ma'am? Yes, I have. I know I have. Because I'm respectful. Do I respect the law? Fuck no. Because y'all treat me like shit every time, bro. I ain't never disrespected y'all. We have an officer of law trying to defend his brother's honor because his brother's a fag. That's the truth. Should've been in there watching gay porn. I wish I'd have passed out of dehydration or had a stroke or something. That's what I wish. So y'all motherfuckers really be f***ed. I'm not gonna act crazy neither, man. Oh, I was saying I'm not gonna act crazy at all, man. I'm gonna let him get me out, and that's it. Don't fucking lie, motherfucker. What he said, I kicked him. Fuck that. Fuck that. I did not kick him. You know I didn't kick him.
Hey man, I'm taunting.
I know who you are.
You know me, man. All right.
And the motherfucker got me fucked up, man.
Yeah.
I called the law. That's me talking, man. What the fuck, man? Somebody hit me. I called the law. They treat me like this, man. Fuck that. I got kids, bro.
They just told me that you had banged your head, and they said you were combative, so I wanted to talk to you.
No, I'm good, bro.
I don't want to get hurt, man. I don't want my people.
Bro, I'm good, bro. Okay. Done. Look at me.
I see you, man.
According to court documents, for this incident, the suspect was charged for 2 counts of felony battery against a law enforcement officer, felony battery with prior domestic violence, and resisting an officer without violence. He pled and was found guilty on all charges. In total, he was sentenced 2 years and 8 months in prison.
Easy does it. Okay.
What you just witnessed was a crash at extreme speeds. Unfortunately, for one occupant, it proved deadly. What follows next is never-before-seen footage acquired by our dedicated team of volunteers. Graphic imagery is excluded from this video. On December 3, 2021, officers from both the Solon and Bentleyville Police Department in Ohio found themselves involved in a deadly chase. The suspect and his accomplice in the passenger seat were discovered after police officers randomly scanned their license plate and found the vehicle was reported stolen. Police reportedly followed the suspects until they pulled into a group home driveway. According to court documents, this Bentleyville patrol officer quickly lost track of the stolen vehicle after they exceeded 80 miles per hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. The Bentleyville officer then radioed neighboring departments about the situation in hopes of capturing the suspects. Solon officers responded, quickly assembling stop sticks down the road. Reacting quickly, officers attempted to reduce traffic in the area.
I'm gonna stage in the intersection and block it off. That way we don't have a crash here.
It's coming right at you. It's got one headlight. He's doing about 80, swerving in my lane.
Good hit. Crashed out. Crashed out. Send the squad.
Send a couple squads.
Back here! Here! Off! 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 Don't move! You're gonna get bit!
Some officers go to the suspect's car, while others help injured civilians in the crash. The impacted pickup truck housed an 89-year-old driver and his 85-year-old wife.
Stand by for me. Hold on.
Oh man, I'm on blood thinners.
Okay.
Where did this guy come from?
Radio, I got an elderly male on blood thinners, elderly female with an injured.
You're gonna get bit! I was sitting there.
All right, let me get something on there for you.
Keep your hands where I can see them! Hey, let me see your hands!
Hold up, stay in the car for me.
I don't give a shit. That's your problem.
Is she okay over there?
Off! What you get when you... Hey, go to the other side, sir. Would you please, my wife?
Can you check out that wife on the other side?
Stay right there. you get cover on him so I can put him up? Let's go. Let's go.
Hang tight. I got people coming, okay?
Okay.
Are you hurt? Or just shook up? Yeah. Okay, stay in the car for me, please.
Hold up.
They said there's a gun on the floor in here. Gun on the floorboard.
Don't move.
I'm not gonna move. I promise you.
Can't move, man. My leg.
Are you hurt anywhere or just bleeding?
God, I'm just.
Okay. Just lean against the car for me so you don't get dizzy.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Hey, keep your hands where I can see them.
Okay, as long as you keep them hands right there.
Where's the gun at? Don't point. Don't reach for it. Just tell us.
Here somewhere.
Don't look at it. Look out that way. Keep your hands right there.
Lean them right down on that car if you have to, but you do not bring them inside that car.
Are you in pain? Cover him, cover him. Cover the driver, cover the driver.
Wow. Maybe you should just give up next time.
I want to drive.
Or maybe you should whack him in his head until he stops driving.
Is there anybody else in this car but you two?
You want to have him climb out?
Nobody in the back?
His legs broke. Yes.
Are you trapped?
Yes.
Can you move that way?
You can pull me out. I can't move myself.
Hold on a minute. We're going to check him first. He's got worse injuries.
I do. No, he do. I do.
You're bleeding out your face, man.
I am. My mouth. I can't step on.
Keep your hands right here. I'm going to help you get out as soon as they deal with him, okay?
Where's that gun, man?
Here. If you hop out, I'll get it. I'll keep cover.
I don't see it. It must have bounced.
I'm going to see if I can get him out. Cover him. There's a gun in the car, so keep your gun on him.
Okay.
He's cuffed, but I'm going to try to help him out of the car because he asked if I could help him climb out. Do you think you can move if I help you crawl out?
My leg. Damn, look at my leg.
I can't pull you out. I'm just going to hurt you more.
Oh, he could get out. His leg's broken.
Let the fire department come and cut this open, okay? Just breathe in nice and slow. Keep your head up here. Keep talking to me. His leg is all folded up. He can't get out either.
Yeah, I got him.
Was he trying to avoid him?
Two in here. They're both going to need cut out. The driver may be able to get out, but his leg's broken. Did we get the gun out yet or no?
No. No, we don't know where it's at. What's going on, man?
I was shaking my ass off.
Okay.
Joe, come on over here so you got a better line of fire. Keep an eye on both of them.
I just hope the other people aren't too bad. I think these guys are probably going to be all right. You still breathing okay? Talk to me, man. Okay, I know. They're going to take the top off the car probably and cut you out. They got to do their thing, man. They got to fire up the jaws of life and cut you out.
Can I get the tags on my arm?
Go ahead.
I don't even know where he came from.
Got his ID?
Yeah.
Did you get the wife's?
No.
Yeah, Sally.
Yeah, she's pretty banged up.
Your wife's name's Sally?
Sally, yeah.
According to Adam, she's not good enough to answer any questions.
I'm a little pissed off because they drove right past me. Don't. They just kept on going.
Oh, these guys?
They're just one gun?
So they say. If they could get the driver out, I could try to get the gun out.
The driver could get out.
Yeah, I'm saying if the squad gets him out first.
Driver might be able to get out.
Or we just pull him out and sit him on the grass.
Give me a damn cot. I'll take him out myself.
How you doing? My name's Dan. Phil, we're going to get some tools out. We're going to cut that door. We're going to spread it, okay?
Did you see the other drivers? The other people from the other cars? See how bad they are?
You doing okay? You don't need a squad to look at you right now?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just kind of shooken up. I don't think I'm injured.
Oh, you got hung up in this.
I work right here. That's where I was going.
You might have to take the day off.
The male, he's got a couple cuts. He's okay. The female, she had some, I guess, some stomach pain, some rib pain, possibly.
Nothing life-threatening, though?
No,
look like
no.
They're lucky, and these guys are lucky.
Despite the officer's positive outlook, things would go downhill quickly for one person involved in the crash.
Hey, front right pocket, removing gun.
Okay, go ahead. You're up,
Keep your hands up.
I got you, Steve.
Don't reach for that gun. Is that the only gun on you?
Weapon secured.
Where's the other gun at?
Not another gun.
I guarantee you the press is going to be all over it.
Dumbass.
Watch that side.
All right, this is not going to feel good. We're going to stand on his left leg. Stand. His right leg. Go ahead and turn and sit. His right leg's broken.
Passenger says he's 19. I wonder how old this guy is.
If he's an adult.
That's what I'm hoping.
We gotta get it off.
Everything's getting cut, boss. There's no way around it. Sorry. Our job take care of you medically.
From the airbag, she's a little old lady. She was just saying like it's hard to breathe. But
If I got in there as fast as I could and cut the airbag out.
yeah.
Hey Luke, when they get him out, you gotta search him.
Put on your top.
Yeah, shanked myself.
Do you have any neck pain, back pain, shoulder pain? Leg pain. That's understandable in your situation. Can the cop search his back before you put him on the back? We got a broken leg, just so you know. I know, so before you move him, you clear his back.
Want to get in there and just check them as they get him out.
I have one requesting, they have a female who's stating that she has a significant other that was involved in the crash, and they want to know if she can come through.
No.
Got this time, radio.
Tell him to go to Hillcrest.
Anybody that matters has already gone to Hillcrest, yeah.
Compound. Both. Kid fit both. And this is definite.
Yeah?
I feel horrible because I was going through the intersection. This guy in this truck started to go, and I'm hitting lights and sirens, and you know he's still kind of going. Make eye contact with him, tell him to stop.
The bang bang thing, you know. These assholes, they don't care. They don't care.
No, they don't. They're
So, now the only thing they care about is that they're in pain.
Idiots. Idiots. No regard for anyone's safety.
Shortly after the passenger is taken away from the vehicle, officers begin searching the decimated blue Ford for evidence.
Is there any weed in there? A little bit, yeah. It's not even open. Or is it open? No, it is open. Okay.
That might be interesting. Hey, Jamie. That might be interesting.
Hold everything because they shot a guy during the process and they don't know the condition of what the guy.
All right. Jamie said somebody was shot when the car was taken. I'm going to guess.
I guess that's why they were running.
That mask might have been used.
Guys, the victim that they shot might not make it.
After some investigation, officers discover the suspects were responsible for what courts would determine was a crime spree. 5 days prior to the events shown in this video, the suspects committed crimes that resulted in roughly 4 dozen charges between the two of them. This included multiple counts of grand theft auto, aggravated robbery, aggravated theft, abduction, attempted murder, and felonious assault. The 19-year-old driver of the vehicle was already going through the court system for a separate incident that happened roughly 6 months prior, where he faced 10 different charges related to drug trafficking and possession. According to news sources and court documents, the suspect was allegedly caught trafficking fentanyl-related drugs after he rushed a friend to the hospital who was suffering from a gunshot wound. This case legally disallowed him from possessing firearms, a factor that would rack up his sentence for future incidents. Suspects obtained the blue Ford after they robbed and shot the owner, a 23-year-old working a second job as a Grubhub driver. Interviews with the victim indicate the suspects shot him in the hip and abdomen area, even though he fully complied with all their demands. Luckily, after emergency surgery, he was able to walk a week later, although the bullets still remained in his hip. His GoFundMe page is still active and can be found in the description below. In court, the main suspect and driver of the vehicle, J. Marlon Romeo Hayes, would be tried for all of his mentioned offenses. On December 15th, the court listed a $750,000 bond that was never posted. He alone would face over 30 charges for his actions, and he pled guilty to nearly all of them, likely in hopes of a lighter sentence. However, the court applied the Reagan-Tokes Law to several of his offenses. The Reagan-Tokes Law refers to a case where a 21-year-old student who was abducted, raped, and murdered in 2017 by a man on parole. This relatively new law allows the court to extend sentences beyond what court guidelines recommend if it is determined the defendant would be a danger to the public if released on parole. His defense attempted to avoid the application of this law, citing his mental health issues, general lack of education, a 72 IQ, absence of a father due to prison prison sentences and that he allegedly pled guilty to the crimes during a police interrogation where they failed to read his Miranda rights. They cited that Hayes was remorseful, wished to utilize prison programs to further an education, and eventually reunite with his infant daughter.
Yeah, we can't let him get away.
Yeah, because they're going to be in the wind carjacking people before the day's out.
Unfortunately for Hayes, he was sentenced to multiple years in prison for every single one of his guilty verdicts. His longest individual charge was for an aggravated robbery, which was 11 years plus 3 years firearm specification, totaling 14 years. If all of his charges were ran concurrently, meaning he serves multiple sentences simultaneously, that would have been his full term. However, he would instead serve his sentences consecutively, meaning one after the other. This resulted in a verdict of 71.5 years in prison. Hayes' defense team argued against this verdict in court, saying Hayes has the potential to do good. The court responded with, quote, "I hope that is true. However, any good you do for a long time to come will be within the state prison. At 20 years old, even under the best circumstances, he'll have to serve 85% of his sentence under Ohio law and won't be eligible for release until he is 80. According to news sources, his accomplice Rontel Dante Parks was sentenced to 18 years in prison for his crimes. Even more lawsuits continued to rise from the events in this video. According to news reports, the then 89-year-old driver of the pickup truck is suing the officers involved in the chase. Although his 85-year-old wife was rushed to the hospital, she ultimately succumbed to her injuries just hours after the crash. In the wrongful death lawsuit, he claims their continuation of the chase, their use of stop sticks, their disregard for being in a residential area as school was being let out, and failure to evacuate citizens from the area caused the crash that killed his wife, whom he was married to for 65 years. It's not clear if the woman's health conditions played a role. The image here indicates the pickup safety cage held up well under the forces of the crash, and there is seemingly no damage to the passenger side door. He is seeking combined damages of between $25,000 to $125,000. That court case is still active, with a trial by jury currently scheduled on June 3rd, 2024.
Lost because of the spike strips.
Yeah, it was because he was going too fast and the road was a little bit wet, and he tried to avoid him, yeah.
I feel horrible because I was going through the intersection. This guy in this truck, make eye contact with him, tell him to stop.
A truly tragic story. Since finalizing this video, we do have 3 updates. The first is court records indicate there were a total of 52 charges filed on those 2 suspects over a 6-month period, many related to violent crimes or gun violence. 2, the suspects are not going to be sued because there's simply no money there. And number 3, you might hear stories about how fatal pursuits are on the increase, and fatalities did increase in 2021 as crime peaked, but fatal pursuits are now on the decline as violent crime is declining in most metros across America. Finally, a big thank you to our small team of volunteers. They methodically tracked all these
Lori Vallow Daybell is a former beauty contestant.
She's lost her mind. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a god.
Anybody you spoke to who knew Lori back then said that she was like the mother of the year.
So what makes her a danger to herself and to others? Threatened me, murder me, kill me.
We're gathering together as saints, as brothers and sisters, and preparing for the second coming of Christ.
She threatened to murder you? Yes.
6 months later, Vallow was shot and killed.
Police say they found a man with gunshot wound who was later pronounced dead.
The first death that kicked off this multi-state mystery.
Inside is Lori Vallow's husband, dead on the living room floor.
What happened today? How did it get to this? She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers." So how does she pose a threat to your children?
Lori, where are your kids? No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say?
Now, Lori Daybell appears to be somebody else. She has 2 missing children, JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan.
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them. All right. Is it this house or the one with the flashing lights? Right there. Cars are all gone. I don't know where my kids are. Well, get in. Oh my God.
It all started on January 31st, 2019, when Charles Vallow was still alive and had just returned from a business trip to find he was locked out of his own house, with no sign of his wife, Lori, or his kids, JJ and Tylee. His car had also gone missing, and a large sum of cash had been withdrawn from his bank account. So in an effort to get some answers, he called 911.
So what's going on tonight?
I can't get in touch with our kids.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 16. She's lost her mind. I don't know how else to say it. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God and member of the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year.
So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
She threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
Been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ. Last couple of days, she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider."
According to Lori, Nick Schneider is an evil spirit who has possessed Charles' body, and he believed these threats against his life were very real. In the last few years, she had become obsessed with the teachings of a man named Chad Daybell, a man well known for writing dogmatically and teaching his thoughts about the end of days, the second coming of Christ, and other more unique concepts like evil spirits and zombies. Both Chad and Lori were also members of Preparing a People, a cult who were preparing for the second coming of Jesus Christ and the end of the world as we know it. Lori also believed she was a member of the 144,000, a group of high priests who will administer the everlasting gospel to the world in its last days. She also believed that every human was on a scale between light and dark, and the darker one's spirit was, the more dangerous they were to her and her beliefs. Lori had actually become so involved in this new religious belief that Charles had become concerned not only for himself, but his 2 children as well.
She said to me, "Charles' stuff is gone. You're not Charles, your stuff is gone." I don't know what that means.
And how long have you been trying to get in touch with your kids?
Since yesterday.
So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them. And today she said, "Come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. I just want to see my boys okay." And she's got a pickup order.
A pickup order can be obtained after one parent fails to deliver a child to another parent. As Charles has not heard from his kids in days, he felt he had no choice but to take action. The cops then helped Charles get back in the house, but it was too late, as Lori and the kids were gone. The very next morning, Charles called 911 again, this time directing them to a hotel in Gilbert, Arizona, where he believed Lori was hiding out with JJ and Tylee. This time, though, Charles had managed to obtain an emergency mental health petition, a note that would require Lori to check into a mental health institution and undergo assessment.
What's going on? Why is she here and you're not here, or are you staying here with her?
Long story. She's had kind of a break from me. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, "I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow."
Charles had already tried to find Lori earlier that morning by turning up at JJ's school, but despite seeing her car in the parking lot, there was no sign of her at all. However, she had left her purse in the car, so Charles took it in hopes that it would stop her from getting away. This worked perfectly, as she walked into the Gilbert police station later this same morning to report her missing purse. But her version of events was much different.
So this morning when I took my son to school, like he was waiting somewhere and stole my purse out of the car, my whole purse. So my phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there.
What is it like that motivates him doing this kind of stuff? Does he say why?
I caught him cheating and I had evidence and I told him about it, and he travels a lot for business, so I told him about it and told him not to come home and that his stuff would be gone and that his car would be gone and all this thing. So he's a little mad.
She claimed that she'd caught Charles having an affair and told him not to come home, locking him out of the house and taking his car. The first of many carefully fabricated lies that would not only ruin Charles's life, but end it. Police informed Charles that he can't steal Lori's property no matter what the motive. A deal was then formed between them saying that if Charles returned her purse, then the police would immediately follow up with the mental health petition. But eventually it went through, and and Lori underwent her assessment. However, in 2 hours, Lori was released with the doctors finding no issues at all. This decision sentenced Charles to death and put his kids' lives in jeopardy. Charles filed for divorce, and 6 months later, his body was found at Lori's house with 2 gunshot wounds across his body. The fate of his children was now in the hands of their delusional and dangerous mother.
Hey team, we got one subject down, apparent gunshot wounds to the chest. He's right here in the living room. Firearm's gonna be in the front door, in the front bedroom, laying on the ground next to a case. You wanna stay in here? I'll see if I get this guy's info.
When Charles's body was found, an investigation determines the shooter to be Alex Cox, a man who just so happened to be the brother of Lori Vallow.
What's going on? What happened?
He came at me with a bat.
Okay. Was he living here or
No.
visiting?
He came to pick up his son.
Okay, is the son inside?
No. My sister took him to school.
Okay, so it was just you at the house?
Yes.
And he came, how long, what time did he come to pick up the son?
I don't know, 20 minutes ago maybe.
Okay, so you know who he is, let him in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got into it with me.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know, he was...
Alex seems very vague in his answers and says he can't remember exactly what happened other than the pair simply got into a fight. But those kinds of answers aren't going to satisfy the cops, especially when there's a dead man involved.
So you both, so you get in an argument? What is it over?
I was over my sister. He was getting physical with her, and so my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her.
Wait a minute, I thought you said your niece left.
She did. This was before.
So before your sister and your niece left,
yeah.
At some point your sister and her husband are arguing.
Yes.
Verbal argument, and then your niece pulls out a bat.
Well, it wasn't verbal. He was getting close, and she came out to defend my sister with her bat.
Your niece.
Yes.
Okay.
And then she poked at him, and then he took it away.
Okay.
And then he's coming back at me, and he still got the bat in his hand. Like, what are you doing?
And where are you at it? Where are you both
in the
at?
living room.
Okay.
And then I turned around, and he hit me in the back of the head with the bat. I went to my room and got my gun. I always carry it.
You went to your room, meaning the room you're staying in?
Yeah.
Okay, and you brought a gun with you?
Yes.
Do you always
Yes.
bring a gun? Okay, why did you stay just in your bedroom, close the door? Is that something you didn't think about, or?
It didn't even occur to me.
This final statement should actually have torn down Alex's entire argument, as it technically proves this wasn't self-defense at all. When Alex went to his room to grab his gun, he should have been able to usher his family inside, close the door, and stand his ground from there. Instead, he grabbed his gun and without a second thought, ran straight up to Charles and shot him. But at this point, there were still so many looming questions. The cops decided to bring in all parties back for an interrogation to try and get to the bottom of it all and figure out exactly what happened to Charles.
Start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. We were in Houston. We had decided to separate or whatever, so he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. He came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me,
what kind of threats?
Just, he's always mad at me, right here, and he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like, so we married for 14 years, we dealt with it for 14 years of him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things, but anyway.
Immediately, Lori describes Charles as a man with violent tendencies who had a history of aggression against the women he had married. If she can convince detectives that Charles had a temper, it would make their version of events even more plausible.
So he went back to the Houston house, and he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night, and I'm gonna come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday, pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house, and I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. She's a minor, and she has to live here.
Yeah.
So because he gets in huge fights up there.
Okay.
And she hates him. And so like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel, because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business, and the business pays for it.
What does he do?
He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their school. He mostly works in California.
Okay.
He has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever. It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs. Yeah. It's like an excuse, right? He came over in the morning and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, you know. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me and was like holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Dad can just drive you to school. It's not a big deal. You know, just trying to make it whatever. Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, you know, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like,
But your brother lives there with you?
No.
Okay.
He had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was going to come over and cause trouble with me.
Okay.
Just wanted someone else there, like my brother there, because I trust my brother.
They would claim self-defense as the reason Charles was killed. And as the cops continue to question Lori, they start to believe this even more.
He goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tyler and I have had to leave with JJ over the years probably 5 times and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, she's mad at me for always like going back, but we had JJ and he's special needs and it's really hard. Like, it's even harder to take care of by yourself.
So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you?
Absolutely. He was going to hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ. He never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like, he was going like ballistic about it. Was bad.
Okay.
An angry husband losing his temper during a divorce is not uncommon, and feuding couples often come to blows, making her story more and more convincing. But according to Charles's ex-wife Cheryl, this was not the man she knew. She says they were married and divorced, and not one time, not 1 second, was he ever physically threatening to me, directly contradicting what Lori is saying.
You say he goes nuts. That can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
So physical violence.
He's never really, besides like grabbing us and pushing us, but not like punching us or something. But with Tylee, he has gotten physical.
Okay.
He went like he was going to hit her, but then I got in between them.
So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And so Tylee came out of her room upset and she had a bat and she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really whatever, and he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, blah, blah, blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there, and so he came out into the main room and he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like just to stop him from hitting Tylee. They got into the thing, and he's hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground, like grappling around or whatever. And then,
and he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yes.
But there are lingering questions left by the investigation. One such example being that the autopsy ruled one of the gunshots impacted while Charles was on the ground. Imagine being in a situation where you have no choice but to shoot someone. You'd probably freeze up, and you'd do anything you could to avoid anything but incapacitating them, instead of finishing the job. So it seems strange that Alex decided to shoot Charles a second time when he was already flat on the ground. Furthermore, it also seems strange that it would take almost 45 minutes for anyone to call 911. Although she claims it was down to shock, this is conveniently just enough time to concoct an alternative version of events and a solid story to give to the police.
Okay, so you hear the argument, you step out, what's the first thing that you see?
Charles chasing after Lori.
Okay. Had Tylee already gotten the bat? Did he already have the bat? Okay. So Charles is coming towards Lori.
He's coming towards Lori, and I shoved him back.
Okay.
I said, what are you doing? Because he's coming at her aggressively.
Okay.
He's a big dude, so I wasn't gonna.
So he's coming at her.
Yeah.
And you shoved him back.
Yeah.
What happened right after that?
So I went into the bedroom where I was staying and ran back down. I came back. I said, put that bat down. And he's like, what are you gonna do? So you're gonna threaten me? I was like, no, I'm just gonna defend myself. So you put that bat down. And he goes, what are you gonna do like that? And he came at me.
Okay.
And he'd already hit me in the head.
So you gave him, how many times would you say you told him to, like, put the bat down?
Once.
Once? Okay. and then he started advancing towards you.
Yes.
How much shots did you fire?
I don't know, with the couple.
One of Lori's friends later reported that Lori had said Alex believed her theories about Charles being possessed by evil, and the reason he was at the house at the time of death is simple. He believed Charles was going to try and kill Lori and moved in with her to help keep her safe.
I didn't see the shot, I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground. Okay. And was freaking out. Yeah. And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mom mode. I'm like, I've got to go to the kids. She just go, I've got to get to the kids. I just went like, I got to get to the kids. Mm-hmm. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school. Mm-hmm. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock. Okay. Like, it was just I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was going to come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school. Okay. And call the police and come back, you know.
Did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, are you taking JJ to school? Uh-huh. And I said, yeah, we need to call the police. And he said, okay.
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right. Because I was like in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do?
It looks on the surface that an enraged Charles stormed the house and started shouting at Lori. Alex decided to intervene, fearing for his sister's life, but what started as a disagreement quickly turned into a fight, one that would end with Charles lying cold on the ground. And Tylee seems to back up what Lori and Alex said when she tells her version of events.
I opened the door, and it was my stepdad, and he was just screaming at both of them, and so I just kind of stuck the baseball bat out there, and then he just grabbed it, and so I fell to the ground, and then my uncle I saw him take a step back, so my uncle, I think, grabbed him and kind of took him back so he couldn't do anything, and so my mom said to go with JJ, and so I ran out the door, and then I kind of just stood there, and then eventually my mom came out, and then I heard a noise, which I know what it was now, but it sounded like someone took it and hit it really hard against the floor. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, I was fine. We're just gonna take JJ to school. And I was like, okay.
Despite Charles's lack of a violent history and how many times Alex nearly slipped up on scene, Lori's story, coupled with Tylee's perspective, was enough for detectives to officially rule this as self-defense. But the death of Charles Vallow was just the tip of the iceberg, and investigators quickly discovered that Lori had become entangled in the world of a seedy cult that would turn this seemingly perfect mom into a stone-cold killer.
Lori, Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. Can you tell me where your kids are? Where are your kids?
No comment.
No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say? Listen, just tell people what's happening. There's people around the country praying for your children, praying for you guys. Why don't you give us answers?
That's great.
Just days after Charles's death, Lori decided it was time for a change and moved the entire family across the country to Rexburg, Idaho. A strange choice at first, until you realize that this was the hometown of Chad Daybell, and Lori was now living minutes away from a man who had not only convinced her that her husband was evil, but was now beginning to spin the same evil stories for her kids as well. But this is when detectives met Melanie, Lori's best friend and another member of her cult. She was there to spill all the sordid details on their ideology and the beliefs that could soon lead to the death of Lori's kids.
Chad had said that it's some childhood friend that Charles had, and that he died, and then he came back as he didn't ever leave. He was an unclean spirit that got trapped on the earth, and he was now attached to him for years, and he'd been studying him, right, and his behaviors and stuff like that. And so then he pushed his spirit out of the body and took over. That's what he said.
Pushed Chad, Charles' spirit.
Yeah, so his spirit now moved on. So she believed that Charles was gone. He was already gone. So she was treating him like he was Zack Snyder.
This is all extremely confusing, but simultaneously eye-opening, as it gives us a direct window into what Lori believed about her own family. Apparently, she thought Charles was possessed by a dark spirit, and by that point, he was already gone. The problem is, she thought the same for her children. Charles had corrupted them, and they'd turn into zombies.
So you mentioned zombies.
Yeah.
Was that ever a term that you were exposed to by them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me more about the zombie.
She said she had a dream once, an earthquake happened in Utah. People that fell on the earth, if they were able to get rid of all the zombies in the world, then those zombies wouldn't get into those dead bodies and come back. I remember one time she took a map and she's like, okay, here's the United States. We're gonna do a prayer. Let's find out how many zombies are in Arizona. Okay, there's 20,000. I don't even remember the numbers, it was saw out there. And then she'd say a little prayer, whatever words she'd come up with that she thought were powerful. And then he would check, oh, somebody died. Look, you can come find out. So then that was her way. In my opinion, what I saw, at least, was just through a prayer that these people would pass away.
Lori believed that if the earth was to truly be pure, all the zombies had to be killed. Chad also began to feed Lori more and more fantastical lies about how the world worked, including ascension, translation, and the ability to meet with God himself.
And then they had a scale of 0 to 100% how much you could trust people. I was supposed to be like 97%. They were always building me up. Anyway, she would sometimes share like, oh, this person or that person, it's not trustworthy, it's this person. That was their booking.
How about, maybe you know or don't know, vibrations?
So vibrations, yes, I'm aware of that too. So according to how he would check, he used that little pendulum thing on. I didn't know that in the beginning, but anyway, 1,000 was supposed to mean, if you got to 1,000, that means you're translated. Or you're beginning your translation. And then as you get higher in your vibration, you could portal at some point, maybe, to remember what she would say, 2,500 maybe, or something like that. And so the more you went to the temple, your vibration would increase. So it's just like your light would increase, your vibration, that kind of idea. Okay. If that makes sense.
Lori had become convinced she could speak to Jesus and appeared to be consumed by Chad's work. Not long after, their relationship began to heat up, and they even started a religious podcast together that showed, frankly, just how insane she had become.
I too have seen the resurrected Jesus Christ, and he has told me my mission, and he has sent me to help people and lift them in their missions.
Over time, Lori had become more outspoken with her beliefs of zombies and began to tell her friends about how many people had been consumed by evil spirits and demons. Lori then started telling her friends that her son JJ's behavior had changed, and that he had started telling her he loved Satan, as well as becoming more disruptive in the home. Had police listened to Charles Vallow when he feared for JJ and Tylee's lives, then they could have prevented the series of tragic events that followed. Only days after moving to Rexburg, Lori, Alex, JJ, and Tylee visited Yellowstone Park. This was the last time anyone saw Tylee alive. Things became even stranger on September 17, 2019, when JJ was spotted running into his Idaho home on a neighbor's door cam, never to be seen again. Months later, people started to realize that they hadn't heard from JJ in a long time, and Charles' parents called 911 to alert the police of his disappearance. Lori was caught lying to officers on November 26th after they had made a welfare check on JJ. According to Lori, her son was with her friend Melanie back in Arizona, but Melanie not only denied having him, but she also told police Lori had asked her to lie and pretend to officers JJ was staying with her. Then, in December, Alex died suddenly. His death was ruled as natural causes, but the amount of death and strange occurrences involving Lori was reaching impossible levels of coincidence. By this time, police were also extremely concerned for the welfare of JJ and Tylee, so Lori was served an order in January 2020 forcing her to prove that they are safe and well. However, the deadline came and went, and Lori was arrested 3 weeks later and placed on a bail of $5 million. But even after the arrest, both Lori and Chad remained silent and refused to give up any information on the kids. But finally, a further 5 months later, the police would get their answers when detectives initiated a search of Chad Daybell's property. There, they found the bodies of JJ and Tylee. JJ's body was found wrapped in duct tape and placed in a plastic bag, while Tylee had been dismembered and burned in a fire pit before being buried. Police arrested Chad immediately, and Lori's trial began not long after. It took another 3 years, but eventually she was found guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and grand theft over the deaths of her children. Lori was far from remorseful in a bizarre statement she made to the court after she was sentenced.
My beautiful children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
Thankfully, this evil mother, if you can even call her that anymore, won't be getting out anytime soon, as she was sentenced to 5 consecutive life sentences. She's not finished in the courtroom yet, though, as her trial for murdering Charles is set to start in April 2024. As of March 2024, Chad Daybell is yet to go to trial, but he could be facing a similar conviction and a lifetime behind bars.